Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the worlds of men and what the mighty one shall show. The mighty one and what the mighty one shall show. The power we shall raise in thee, the power we shall raise in thee. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy sphere to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, Sumera, circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us to give our wisdom. Birth, sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together for as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving lady, mighty Lord, by cup and children, one and sword. We ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause and cause, having their arms. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do us battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Grinvael. Fight the blight, this be dark night in our right. Zikia Composiana Composi, Dingakia Composi, Dingarana Compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, most harmoniously through our family. On Vashramantaya Suakumaha, Vajamanata Yazvaha, Varanduna Nina Nuna Nina Nuna Dumba Monchum Strong in Shanayan, Terias Wakum Shanayan, Treyazvaha, bring them wrong. On Jitrashibata, no Sua, Com Jatrashi, Yavara, Shivara, Nasvaha, Rura, King of Donny, Long Chong, Kang Hong, Chunky Chong. On Haya Basharamanta Yosuba, Haya Bajamanata Yesvaha, Zah, Him Hong Kong, Onamakusamara, Manamahasama, Pajama, Haram Ham, who had a Hing Kong when I my Arswakum and my Yazvaha, we string on Kong and we ration of Garapai Suakum Jorhi, Zendogi Jibatis for Hanun and Nunami and Nana, Kring on Pram. Und die Shibarflias Wakum Shija Ibaratayas Vaha logo Granging Grum on a rush personal Swagum and I carried the Buba Pibu Bear, Borg Bob Bear Ongamen. Renosi secure was a tour at a hair Hirusha and Suzuka Coricutian was Mahatra to give set those I paid to do rejected in Sarman. Renos Nishiko was a tour at a head Hirusha and Suzuka Coricutian was Mahatra to give set those I paid to do rejected in Sarman. Renosi secure was a tour at a head Hirusha and Suzuka Coricutian was Mahatra to give set those I paid to do rejected in Sarman. Kush Baru Gilma Kabal Mamu, La Ball, Pogana, Rababo, Bogana, Rababo, Galana, Parico, Sharabak, Sanaba, Saruba, Precum, Belulu, Mashanabu, Baruna, you can accompany Belulu, Gugola, Kai, got a very Shugila, Gabo, Gamamash, Goris, Luma, Bobo, Maruka, Ragazigu, Mancampra, Namruba, Kalamuzu, Kinikivila, Such Mashanana, Sarulim, Baramaraju, Mashanana, Sarunana. Armani, Dumaduko, Rataki, Gilogologo, Sidor, Kinman, Kaikola, Zekor, and Nengigo. Baru deki gari nam thala kubana tuku kutuku aga kemaskar sana sagari masti sharu malaba kekadal lugadar marata korba maru tu gora koris saru lupan maskim tuku dari kukim lugadar makana panu tuku nandele lugadar makia panu abishu saru limun barata tu lugadar makia barata tu sari masugara nuzuno mana dalabo kibel baleng natarmadu dago tuku mashi sore mashinago sugori mashiro susere pepe kupa para zuzu kampalu golab do bora bo King Badi Modu Kakudamni Nuam Gashti, where Isaronopasum is found perfect before the nothing of male Shinyu. We had said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses is the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are Esau triumphant, even Esau Onophalos, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nothing Shinyu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever predicates with us shall arise. We are the manifester of matter of those whose abode is invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its concealer with the eternal nothing in you. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Huri, making victorious he sought over his enemies on the night that of battle, and of making the fettering of the Sabal, day that of destroying the enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, night that of making the stand, Jed and Jed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being, who comes as to Huri. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our heart belongs to you. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all sad, our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with Auru's plan, that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinmit Donket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Isaronofres will confirm. Lady Allside and Nebi sought Abi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity through our own free will as beings of light. We now allow our Merkaba to alight, rising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Likim Linus, Ferris, Taxare, Article, usually the Arlola, Mishi, Kinemesh, Shariolo, Science, Yamila, Roat, Oral, Tomo, Sherisha, Shumashasha, Kashapi, Akashapi, Iapi, Shamush, Pishtia, Kimatino, Kutoshi, Lim, Shuli, Taturuku, Isaya, Isayaria, Garia, Biesha, Biesha, Jerika, Jerika, Dupiara, Laka, Isaya, Roria, Limutukumu. Kimagutri, Shamiari, and Azumriari, Sayara, Zumriari, and Azumria, Biasha, and Azumria, Zerika, and Azumria, Dupera, and Azumria, Laka, in Azumria, Latata, in Azumria, Latatex, Yeri, Zurumira, Takaruba, in Azumria, Latazanika, Nish, Mash, Captulu, Tamatunu, Nish, and Kibel, Kimberlu, Tamatunu, Nish, Kishba. Mashmasha Lani Lutamtunu Nish, Kishwari Kamikuno, Lutamtunu, in Azumria, Lutapasama. Ya Runani Abaranim Ferik Ferik Agabaez Agabaez Baperik Bagagabar Barakabar Bazek Baez Bagabor Bagabor Bagabaez Agabaez Baperik Ferik Baferik Ferik Benanim Nini Barunani Aya Corboria Arimba Egore Arimba Egore Yak Sakaki Yazaka Kutukurti Eki Yasoru Kiki Kutulu Ya Anushubam Gigasuki Sharkika Goshatasis Ramara Yaring Oro Kalamas and Gooding Gardening Abgorio next on Ukariash Murkutu Siana Campasi Kia Kampal Kalu Baran and Harbara Shak Balagi Gimbara Lalbara Talalbala Maskim Bara Utubara Idabara Latubara Lasubara Karubara Urukubara Yalkolo Barali Litubara Lutu Soletin Nazula Azoletin Nazuki Ginzoletin Nazu Mula Zoladin Nazu Linga Zoladin Nazu Maskin Zoladin Nazu Bara Eldin Nazu Zia Kapaziki Kapa Musisi Barayin and Angisha Shorgi Shoro or Masha Zikar Baria Zikarashu Pana Sara Sharamana Samsa Yarin Dore Sharki or Kurak Baran the Goob Diaram de Yasara Switter Gary Gerak Gerbel Kashro Umara Yanduru Shesha Lani or Mariarki Pariazi Yazi Ringer Gara campaign Kimaru Corsamento Shabuplan and some Torco Nana Sparba Gibbered by Garasi Kambaka Kamadunu Sharusha Shatka Sharapia Kashapia Push Ushtapistia Kimatan or Kuroshana Element Shuri Surubula to Quapishunum Kemaman doing Antikili to Shunuli Motumanaku Lulu Shunulini Shuramanako Ludini Shunuliki Shuramanako Lutari Talama Sharuti Shakashapi Sharushi Repush Shurbi Tishur Puyu sitting your Kokushabakambang Hong Kring Kring Hong Kring Gong Heruas or Hong Kring Bong. Shariulim Kunushi Shariulim Kanushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariulina Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariuli Danula Kumulin Kutina Zumli Yula Darabasamba Agamasaratuis Masarati Sharmushil Shururi Shalim Nutisi Samanelani Rabuti Shimayara Bardi Dina Watilim Rausi Kunushi Alani Mosheri Masaratis Masarati by Masaratu It's Masaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Gyaravar Loni Shomashkori Yamasaratu Ziki Papa Golomurnet Yashata Bara Masaratu Bara Vishnum Klimisnat, Vietnam Home Sam Kubara, Yatnam Hadumet of Kubra, Nebakar Hoda Mons Bivitat Mumidevia Meton Dumet of Nuxek, Haru Mediak in Nanet of Saram Tari, Yasara Nefsare, Tierte, September City utuk sutorata tisana homi sanari yarnam homi hammer natural yarnam hom kopistrom from drum teja sak to agnaya meran kopistrom duk sek sartana unam seksenta kiswak saka karte karlang neka wartek sekara bekta nek sarhise terseruna paik mensursen tarik kora kurutulu tata kelak lak ni omra magnaria agnaya nam homam yamar nam ha harpi yar mau bam saratu tada yamatan happy no capi sekisara na onam seksara surata teksar sari mak sara samana sari yarnam hom from baruna yarnam im sari baruna valorata sarmala yamatenim sar no kim seti septik sekisara na onam seksaruna pakmet sepsen hutu likuptera mautu androta so sidingara kembali dingar kaka Pazam beu by vambrau nam hammer si markala molulu maramatu sidingar kampas Siringer kia kampa hugso tata kutula tata laka saktuti takalari anu yana yole yani kisabeo umrim pramarne nam har baramu nambu mahar maksara tu rektus rai meteng keperan keperu naben cek keperam peram maru luasa tuti kalane shratin abu mahar chujar tiu sarmaswati mukit sepsakas dan tu demeratu defmesu furniture Nanasinia Namrasidia Namba Samangana Saya Kimpama Gapartia Nana Kimpama Shrita Nana Kia Kimpamangi Magia Gamagia Sekas Lenakia Shaklois Nabuguru Nabukurius Mercurius Astrotring Corpusi Zarnia Boris Mazarsi Forniskan Pas Sakishan Talaskan Panabosatan Tuskan Paya Kashia Sashia Kukulomani Yashia Makari Shari Yego Sheria Yarnane Yadestapa Mopet Chikarini Yada Amiru Yaki Stari Kanpa Inanes Yarma Kapapi Sarma Kapaya Yabarisha Lurkish Mashudu Yartur Yachor Luxis Katamania Yatariach Yatariach Yachoriach you Parsalacta Mani Yakamba Sitting Yaru Yakampa Sitting Yarustu Yakampa Sit Shazera Guzir Bello Lukan Payasha Yakampa Yana Gormas Baruna Kamas Barbuna Kamas Baru Yazi Yanika Kampa Yanka Yazingenigar Yanika Yaziringari and Yakampa Yakantala Makia Tarakampa Marukum Padumarukumu Paramarkumu Parabuskalea Dagia Gatiakama Bornia Yamaruku Yatuku Surim Sugurim Sagarim Sakana Payo Kunim Kamanu Yartuki and Arazia Batu Baluku Beriku Paga Kampabezi Exact Basagor Barno Yankish Sari Anushi King Amsuki Shargi or Shada Saramara Yaning Guru Kalamas including Yanning and Puru next on Kukariash more Kutu Santin Jo Jolantin Jun Chanting Jo Wolantin Jun Malabaka Kedaglu Darmara Tekaba Luka Gudamaru Katuamu Sari maskaranu arkingu barenimu sari maskaranu aruka kudamu lukarar marareka bomala pakakada karuka kudamu sari maskaranu arkingu barenimu aruka kudamu lukarar marareka bomala pakakada Osera starreti ane carre de merca arnar nargici marnitorgici un barbar swahat has vister vaniam because of sia di maria di oriono prezzo da air ipsos shipsosh Guarnation to toro raro brahata Ngong gung gang gang nging ngong hong hong bong gong gung shen ku dong gang dong bong Ani mani shara shari de shame shabi hasan mukuda shabi shai gini sin shabi terani yoruk bashar ne bita bantara ne bita rana reshu kure arade shuge sama bori be kare she tre dar she te so gene kushana basha shuda mantara shona ro ka shara taya barmana taya zara mara ko mori ke mare da katene de da chine ni chiari na di tonari arana nabi kunabi akina kari kendari sindari metogi chukori borushane achi debi ro koro kata kuchu Adandai tanadai tanadai tanakusure tanushure shure shure rahachi burasini surbarani batani surbabishotani subatani sugabishani sugiana kari sugiha rai toreda sugatora rat sorbasu shaban andai sorbasaru mashuraserte sorbasaru da kyo sharai to yarai shamikiri dai dai star Sasum Sahu, Sasum Sahu, Sasum Sahu, Sasum Sahu, Ong Hang Chung, Ong Hang Chung, Ong Hang Chung, Gong Tung, Gong Tung, Gong Tung, Gong Tung, Oslo, 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 Gong King Song, Ong Grang Grang Grong, Gong Gong Sir, Gong Sir, Ong King, Gong King, Gong King, Ong King, Ong Hang Chung, Ong Hang Chung, Ong Hung Shring, Haring, Ara, Ring, Gong Hero, Sor, Ong Bam Dum, Ong Grang Grang Grong, Ong Grang Bam Brong, Ong Grang Grang Grong, 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 Song Shing Strong Wong Kong 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 Wong Song Shing Strong Wong Kong Kong Kring Shring Kring Kring Ming Wam Du Mang Song Shing Strong Wong Wong Sor Hung Wong Sor Hung Hung Ing Wong Shring Kring Wong Shring Haring Arar Arang Ong Hero Sor Ong Wang Dung Wong Wang Yong Wing Wong Ying Wong Wang The Wong Denin Chinore Om Pajarato Vamo Shukunai Rom Chuki Human Shun Naora Nasam Bavatura Mnida Naora Om Tate Shaharom Fukushi Short Naora Mambo Veserai Kushine Ore Huru Kunerai Matangis Wahabochi and Bosuno Namo Bukbani Sin Sai Muru Suru Swalatis Suru Kana Sorvats Haranis Waha Sorkanji Sabosu Molo Leaks Wahadezi Shibosum sometimes Wahar Borsu Namasamata Boharam Kuruna or Babatar Tanini Swaha Central Senkin Kashi Sabosu Umvajo Darmati Barto Kanchi Sabosu Mantur Baba Humpats Baha Georgia Mankanchi Sabosu Umakurun Karjis Wahan Shunguchun Kai Kanchi Sabosu Kalikole Kolegi Swaha Norin Kanji say Bosu Parmesser Mali Swahum Kungol Sata Fashram Sata Hari and Yabosu the Shuta Vishari Swaha Pocho Bosu Samyasmum Mojo Bosu Maramakana Maroku Bosu Matris Vajuso Bosu Habis Mais Vaha Kukor Bosu Namo Casa Kopai Malika Mare Mori Swahani Kol Bosu Umlitotus Wahaka Kol Bosu Kandrobari Swaha Fruto Mayo Namasamata Vashanum Kanamrosana Sutri Hum Tralhamku Sansa my own son Manai Surmahum Josh Rom Fat Gundori my own Mamtra Hum Fat and Luku my own Srikal Rupum comes Bahal Kunguria my own Vajuria so my son my own Maraga was listening to Vasha Sasva Shahum Pam Huku Jakum my own my Rukanas Baha some Kugurjim Kumbai Kumbai Baha Kunkurizam Kungunam Fujura Choran Shoms Baha Sianish Dojium Jonasis Baha Chikukutam Trasara Pramnas Baha Shortin number of Pax and Axis Patais Baha Skokomorten Umbre Paxan Angel Patais Baha Tomotherum Fish for Bunnies Baha Benzitinum Satisfacis Baha Tekukuro Mara Karais Baha Kichichoto Manas Reis Baha Karitamum Duramari Aritis Baha Dakinito Morias Baha Marishino Marisiris Baha Taishun Kito Monitarums Baha Om Manantaria Nam Homasaria Nam Homagararia Nam Homagalokaria Nam Homanikarmaria Nam Homaremisitaria Namaha Aravantariya Venaya Karbariya Visnupriya Yarnam Vershriya Yarverda Maria Yarna Visdaraya Cesaria Satrusdaria Cesaparamanditariya Abritanum Karrierne Amitikararia Akadavasana Paniya Amhas Pespruya Agoro Pariya Valaya Yariya Vasukariya Varupariya Kariya Varankaraya Vamsavarananyarya Vasudevartsana Yarnya Varfasitavartanyarna Varfsafrina Namaha Varikamaniya Namaha Tamruparya Namaha Darikariya Darindaraya Kasarik Panacha Karupariya Yugadararia Rasmi Vartariya Ramya Vartariya Kesavriya Visvambaraya Sankara Paranya Sankar Palania Samburpiyaya Saranayariya Parankasaras Paparasaria Paramadariya Prakaradaria Bhakti Parsiariya Bhaktavraskariya Barusaraser Barigvaridarniya Bavarasaria Tasakaria Lukatralisaria Sivaria Veravariya Lam Parnaria, Punyaya, Punyakartaria, Parsaria, Precaria, Niscaria, Paraparia, Corcotaria, Sartaria, Santaria, Tantaria, Aria Mantaria, Sarva Horiaria, Sarvacararia, Niarasiaria, Narantanicaria, Aravartiaria, Saringaria, Sarvaria Caria, Aravarniagia, Abricaria, Varicatario Pricaria, Nahotomo Hararia, Yogishvaraya, Kamakaraya, Ravalaya, Brahmakarine, Sankaranda Kararya, Jitukraharya, Jivarya, Jayadarya, Japapriyarya, Vishvaruparya, Verusiarya, Verasrasudyarya, Srayusuprandarya, Pranadarya, Vishnupartarya, Guptarya, Guptararaya, Rakavastraya, Rakarbusarya, Borjangarya, Pariora Paria, Sarisara Paria, Sakaru Paria, Karubutaria, Arhava Paricaria, Susumdavam Giaricaria, Panirabusaria, Nagendraia. Omyosharya Kubaria Vishravanya Dana Dada Bataria Dada Dada Smari Merderi Daparis var Home Shrim Hrim Krim Krim Shrim Krim Verishvaraya Tam Home Hrim Shrim Krim Fer Kubaraya Shalakshmi Makaya Daram Poraya Namha Zikia Kampaziana Kampazi Dingerkia Kampazi Dingerana Kampazi Kugi Magam Praziku Ki Zikia Kampazi Arkampa Zikia Kumpazi Arkampazi Dingerkia Kampazi Dinger Arkampa Gakumash Garzana Zikia Kampazi Anakampazi Kia Kampazi Anakampazi Dingerkia Kampazi Dingerana Kampa Lugalab the Bora Nimor Zikia Kampazi Anakampa Seknep ket ventiam kai bena horrori avriam kenne bosset kesu utunezer korri har hav pastira tui dem snef dem besekne mar mius artiu tortora meteor matu foru kermius kerun kermetiana nebefsere keru neberu keshrigu nebor nefatim timsepu ariam papahu turkarhi nehem kol shazortep fana have Pachaboo through one real through zero cifra ridi and ridi vingetor more margise chef pervig afron noritor monja romoskerl donskjor bjorea gorof Fjern frei ordin fligar frig reg deg vetor gis ute herngesi gors vi deg viktag per väggbåtar, brännfjol till kofrå, till från viker, viskar, versegier, revrosum, skår, fredliv, skårlinski, fischer, min serkigar, revrosum, skår, fyrliv, spionskär, fifsio, megian, vigian, vinskär, fjuna, för höran, huran, nikar, nikus, kuros, gior, mibi, friri, i frendis, vidas, vider, jorgior, fjord, nähevkär, mesvos, guntra, Fion Fimboltiv Sergiorid Serigri Viri Georgiomos Fjorni Fulheimer Korkinen Gardi Mergo Kermia Odulma Bori Borbis Ordin Veri Vesor Mongomber Germier Osli Vesvi Nudri Sudri Min Kores Tur Norfi Nengla Pori Undur Nori Yoti Ringa Serdeskin Foxi Rim Foxi Mundir Berry Unsola Vokus Fins Bir Hjorki Bergier Sermesier Mori Pen Skjor Hart Skjortni Visorni Orvidi Verito Vorker Schimfinger Mosorsnia Torrin Nerti Nodri Sudri Ustri Orthio Vorlin Ornen Nerting Ten Bifro Ofro Bombor Nori Utio Noro in Might Vener Vigan Dofindorf Torin Filifon Vival Troentig Vitor Nana Grekrats Vintrop near Togjafari Holzvari held Kofgroin Dori Oti Dolfan Vori Hitti Fili Horsi Reuro Forski Previo Piescorfini Ara Forkingi Erfinsiarti Forfrosti Finki Norjäger Virvarandis Purpieta Pickering near Himini Bijak Perskreif Kemlea Flame Carbring Vid Blaine Rice Vegs Fossils Fossil Verlordi Bosvog Bosoras near Rotin Freak Lurki Avern nan mo fortor nan mor da mor nan mor senker nan mor kwanzi sar mo esar sur da bai sen der Gertol an Georgiel Fardir Gerlo Morni Moria Bordel Mir Lolo Lordise Joshua Hargele Charrier Humba Charrier Bordar Mojendo Morni Shola Hungarn Ballotu Bordani Gornamo Sanmandu Murtunana Bolardi Merdu Shelvo Salanganan Digitorn Kiege Kong Ruala Boraruala Disija Sopoja Sangerja Sherger Sorware Hair Namo Puriana Morla Yanarmo Sanke Yarnam and Jerry Rio Hululu Shirli Bo Borgi Dali Bubolai Suwa He Hanamubaga Wardi Abalar Mardi Dari Yorani also Sherebina Sherdi Da Sar Sherisho La Sar Yerda Dada Gedari Allah Herri Sarn Yor San Butaria Nardi Yerta Narn Sarri Basangya Kiri Barli Shordara Mar Darge Kerda Sang Uge Dishabu Warbi are shorty Mahena La Barli Wali Soye Her Namum Bobo Erpa Titi Shachedu Jorlurbi Lole de Bola Pol Hair Shari Darto Jeda Doria Here Dis Sanmio Sanbo Torier Taji Torong Pisha Mo Jere Show on mani arbai heo on ma geram ni gerna jeru terka barda jer nal wer dali ger sar war tar burli ta gerna baju lara arna bolli jur ter panna no mar lorgi sola ya so poli her di ro bolo ni di leni heta Dini Pialarity, Mohair Kerti, Eugenic Linkerti, Namo Veni, Neudo, Poria Pro, Porto, Kerdoyer, Tori Merito, Popea, Melidor, Giardamo, Popea, Melidor, Piar Chalani, Ermelio, Tori, Piarjandando, Kermerni, Kerno, Gelbo, Georgia Charlie Sorpo Hernamo Foto Nanmo Tamo Nanmo Sten Kernamo Sherlimo Herfier Perntarni Yerto Poli Polono Sherli San Monto Pagini Moher Pier Herlo Kerti San Mantuol Jo Bolito Polino Anino Nato Demo Happy Corbery, Moheni, Mary, Dilo, Bors, and Cartier, and Cajarianas, Moto, no polo. Per primrima luz verinen gorium veris verfri derwin martium bresa moro worke terba turkma goro pila bixop nisa turn terran terketum prega terran tona pern tursenting turserring werforing norzos rexas apertu Verreschelen mone crombolun campur alle ventures en din dorse rigor coring nores seper vetu verreschelen mone crombo ros ros laser ri corulad per priro ri rosi consi del cielo trus trocorum prenius en sit prenius Esviri viaren dolos en purves circonien nos torbendan vis est narvis coris non difficilia sere impossible vast investigar de dominant source omnipotens extremet dominos dominatorumina quoris manu vana omnis victoria constita nebellum contritir cum sexum sexorum inversum montrum oporum tari an quantum traconis tracornis nediti mundum turni di ruoti di munco charnene chatermunco chamuxum sumosor charmosaran nenutrocut fospetutos pertende Arsecondo l'animo scetiti mosar moscertum calatum cultum tum osi bararitum cavitum nambritum asesur capsartuis carcepani galari alienitum capriu peararni aricau iscartari aus isus li amari upsanum cue marti culum calulum shariuar martara lupi arau prum tipi au prosumeum asciti iam mortrium nobus urtitis liberitis iesarnima elani arabori chamare atare peri dinandirna tilimro sur puru pusaram karsharpi areka sharpi arshare shari umushre shari samasarati sharmushiro shuru rishi sharim nuti sharu sharalu shari nurulu tapru shari burulu amar ani motumi kemala sarbulu ya kartu sharpi pushu Chiar spiki ma tarantili charmiti ali shosharu puri tupru apro shosha kuzolgu kalam pusha ma sari artaki ali bilik bu ali moshiritum Shariulim kunushi shariulim kalnushi shariulini kunushi shariuli si kunushi shariuli te kunushi shariulini kunushi shariulini kunushi shariuli lakin kunushi shariu yudanilim kunulim kutina sumriya yuda bersama Islami ana na pakri tab kira tu pera sermani ana na pakri tab siar tu pera sermani yari ti pakri tu shni la tu pera sermani ini ishti pakri tu shni la tu pera sermani ki max pakri tab kira tu pera sermani na korkola arti krab kira tu pera sermani na kari tab cha tu pera sermani na vaskur parti tu shni la tu pera sermani na Inambe ashadu orita tu pela semani yarna gishwara apkira tu pela sitingarin yarne kampa sinigarne kampa siringan nulan kampa siringan nulan kampa siringan korkoren kampa siringan korkoren kampa siringan no sorin kampa siringan diar shori maka kampa siringan dula saga kampa siringan dula saga kampa siringan urgila kampa siringan urgila kampa siringan meshara kampa siringan Sharani kan pading kerin mart kading kerin dia lagi kampa siringgar narn marting ger nula lagi kampa sininggar sigir gishmari sakbara hari yaralun boleh makan pasir ger bar borlo gol ter kundian ger riane kampa siringgar ini dia rekari ringgal anuna dia dan nasagurna akan ner kampa sininggaran kampa siringgar dia kampa siringgar ruki kampa siringgar abu kampa siringgar istra kampa siringgar cuma shutu kampa siringgar horror kampa siringgar maru kampa siringgar ini baru kampa siringgar iki kampa siringgar nunaki kampa siringgar lola lokar korkorake kampa siringgar ini lola korkorake kampa siringgar ini ibele shwari kampa siringgar ini korkorake gishiar ini babarake kampa siringgar nuna dinggar kekalian kemalumu Rugzul ala sur kinim sul mula sur tingkarin sul maskin sul waziar kempa sikia kempa sinigan ya lengkol korkarake kempa siringan ini laling korkarake kempa siringan ini bibila insyore ke kempa siringan ini korkarake kempa siringan anuna tingkar kekalahan ini kempa siringan kempa siringan kia kempa siringan papa pararar te mardar papa pararar te kekernya penye asagara sagbi mornar te nam tata sakara Sibi mornate tuk sur karbi mornate ala sur karbi mornate girdim sur yibi mornate kalazur karbi mornate tinker sur karbi mornate imerami nerte bi bar ndar bar nebi harish sharti martun kashaptu sharturyu terni in Israel sarne pesudin retrun jasrekur sharadam kabro subscribing jara karim skim nepanomati jeffim yorun nebsko mari shop sharad nepkarish rimesh para sheriff solter misutin mikinum kapsere patam kimnutor nebru nebskom patam sasharu nevain to umbu warta pen snu serun podnerum sminamach at yaris nepne kebaramu devnu dabe Seneferata itamish shara viramen shara toris sniper amakem maron mudu efnu dabe beta seneferata imish shara bu mahita pauta nama I factor sadna protection tata atamahita and I think the water new ship sinking me here and you as a big snow of sinking me here duty ship but I make fruit out of makera number rapish shara bede by sarabani amisi sir happy sarpo happy at number in month of the cop rom rector secretary rammer kurti rodamaro shara de roman hair roman where to and boo Ruben Heru says I start to be all get the careti, the man habits a better quick given out, Spenos Mamma Rampag, Kentica from Toys, Commit Capset, Carrick, Chemic Carrier, Carinas and Metusum get to Metu, is coronation and say Rebecca, Temenicum to socialization, this captain Nui, Arinominus in a Sene, Rapkin Ben Mufti, or Ocean Kinum from Kenner, then who we are Numinus in a Sene, Rapkin Ben Mufti, Ocean Kinum, Rakbo pass up to only Ketum can head up, Nabu Ramanim and head. من representerar regier marseille nentes rachat an parla ampu apoatic men petsekum toy rambu ambu concept der regio papu mesicum resusicum toy upon epimutes cum pacific basa per basu asset nous voices cum her about circum boshles storini and insects server pax remen semetu like musiker semum skeri besarmentes madef serapet and make you seven mention yam kapet normali december prim kesu was an accusation bombs and from second maratemi after two for manati hari shari kishmikaru nekin sorkaru basra that can metin develop second boom if we do arima from look any name cautious or have on up in my head radio metate minute to lose of capushi skera about my rheumatoi so boko namo patience moko remisho patros and nekin the training from sure kefre when neltorent shasment and neltorent writing shepator tasun nekin the traffic Naturen kremestu makine tutunrut kinemetu ne suji o keden jara to an tenderti ne preda sarde venem sonen sene di jori kine sene kine ko jori kine skem kori po jori mi or pin jori ne jori ni mi ari shunu tapati tu ade ko ba tu ni case me kwam sikene river jori ke patam tu signa siker ni de jori ya na shura men het nu fen por Jorgen Scherti of Neptune are another sort to Nakamupu or to next Ramen and Pimpu Frison Kaki, Artum Tatek Nani, Pupolemi, so take a short yarn, Takamoni, Pumantex, Kanani, Pu, Abudin, Katanamaha, the Japan had any short of the Joremum to poor Katamamaru, and get that receptive to Maria, so you can add a Marabanki, Watamidum, Paramed one head, Torisa Prima Katam, who didn't scanning in that 3 inches of Marium, Kamokun, never read the drops of some so heck, no make a Mario. Men suara pada kemudik mesin temen keremeni manora sikne frtepen train doi da perjim jafna fchakaim taku sesektaim satu ektemen flua ki aus op tem hotap te aus op tem hotap tem pati mesut petu tebu yo mata derelation tu mutek nu rom nu kuna premunu mat pulun shene pergum netringum nasam on ponalim kabram tarma tori otap sam kabram pe watam jaran nami unu ak musiko shrama tori sarketun Pekupte are also program for custom technology kuenam premnum kuaf tranka partuka trayak uno prandekeu Kobisen forskning har makum or choatuna priya somatunu and pemonihuna manamas by Musun Patis Natanati Tatatan Sakana Kutu Kakara on Ramsanaki di Kuamakaro Caprano Messasutin Doriparin Kamutaf and Abu Narketadium Kasudis and Nekio Wabenex and Nekamu Hoyt Netari team taking bed and Roman soon ahead. So usually 7 Skerayo Comain Jaru and Netru and Hort Thursumasheva Perumasha Peshere Ayanshanic Bram to war off and up to Mali. Sobre Santana, Quenefra, Saru Kurti, Arias Kamamonin, Kentucky, Bruta from Tapumun, Show, Never Jora, Carana, Bundev, Shepeka, Taban, character number to be Scare, the Kutik, who tapped now shot the Tamna Fruik in Injuity, wash it, wash, who tapped never wash, wash our Hamisham, Saramans, or Pedro and San Venice, Canoe, Securani, or Sarcudi, also, where I saw Barabu, as I showed raining Sarion, I'm talking to Capri, 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 Nebem cake, pressure Capra, Montaram, yes, Ura, and can attend to get at Capiarte urate macbierne, in torreisor so sabe cucarem cabimerniu miartu, ariutu rarit interasabi watunan, abaek, seba presona conoria for sotificus for sebu, secampensutis bocarene femum kius carficatin jotartu, mumpetem torirum te corena kemaru amo sentinevia catena bruas reju subsu, amuamentum skita brecera moru amo nefsens unevis mroskeneka wabe ticamakerona wabe comnetru, semrostikana quarta pecata cascush porengi barsilutra, sharibai corsarica berim, crabacuna, macabecaring, and machinas one, and srapishibet, kikino, samo, memshimetic, you at some scarnashim kibu kiki, Armen urdu semcasan and sovereignty at Kubara, Kana, Juro, Copanama, Caruana, Canada, Bensidun of Sikpo, Makimum, Crestas, Cataparan, should have to in Piatit, Nepri, Open Apple, Natural, Messalesic, Capricat, and doing gifts and uniforms, gives a St. John and John, Scarapus, Rops, Arena Capruas, and to get by Capamot, and Shuman Piatin, Neptune, Mess points at the threshold of shadows and substance. I peer into the ancient presence of a map, forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white and tears of blood prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. We can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate in a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Compasiana Compa. Katsu. Arsimito kisha bobanana shumturina, hai arsimito kisha bobanana shumturina, hai arsimito kisha bobanana shumturina, hai abradabra. Behold, Alsar Nosaris Arni, the scribe who recordeth the holy offerings of all the gods, who saith homage to thee, O thou who hast come as Kepra, the creator of the gods. Thou risest, thou shinest, making bright, thou mother Nut, crowned king of the gods. Thy mother Nut doth homage unto thee with both her hands. The land of Marlu receiveth thee with content, and the goddess Mahat embraces thee at the 2 seasons. May he give splendor and power and triumph and a coming forth, a resurrection as a living soul to see Hiru, Horus of the 2 horizons, to the Ka of Alsar, scribe Arni triumphant, before Alsar Osiris, who saith, Hail all ye gods of the temple of the soul, who weigh heaven and earth in the balance, and who provide food and abundance of meat. Hail Taturnan, one creator of mankind, and of the substance of the gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east. A scribe prays unto Ra, the Lord of heaven, the Prince, life, health, and strength, the creator of the gods, and adore ye him in his beautiful presence as he writeth in the Interlude. They who dwell in the heights and they who dwell in the depths worship thee. Tahuti, Thoth, and Mahat, both are thy recorders. Thine enemy is given to the fire. The evil one hath fallen. His arms are bound, and his legs hath Ra taken from him. The children of impotent revolt shall never rise up again. The house of the prince keepeth festival, and the sound of those who rejoice is in the mighty dwelling. The gods are glad when they see Ra in his rising. His beams flood the world with light. The majesty of the God who is to be feared setteth forth and cometh unto the land of Manu. He maketh bright the earth at his birth each day. He cometh unto the place where he was yesterday. O mayest thou be at peace with me? May I behold thy beauties? May I advance upon the earth? May I smite the ass? May I crush the evil one? May I destroy Apep in his hour? May I see the Abtu fish at the time of his creation, and the Ant fish in his creation, and the Arth boat in its lake? May I see Heru and Horus in charge of the rudder, with Tuhuri and Thoth and Mahar beside him? May I grasp the bows of the Sikar boat and the stern of the Atet boat? May he grant unto the Ka of Osiris all Sorarni to behold the disk of the sun, and to see the moon god without ceasing every day. And may my soul come forth and walk hither and thither, and whithersoever it pleaseth. May my name be proclaimed when it is found upon the board of this table of offerings. May offerings be made unto me in my presence, even as they are made unto the followers of Hiru. May there be prepared for me a seat in the boat of the sun of the day of the going forth of the god. And may I be received into the presence of Osiris Osor in the land of triumph. Glory be to Osor, Osiris, or Nefer, the great God within Abiros, King of eternity, Lord of the everlasting, who passeth through millions of years in his existence, eldest son of the womb of Nut, engendered by Seb the Urpat, Lord of the crowns of the north and south, Lord of the lofty white crown, as Prince of gods and of men. He hath received the crook and the flail and the dignity of his divine fathers. Let thy heart, which is in the mountain of Amerta, be content, for thy son Hiru is established upon thy throne. Thou art crowned Lord of Tatu and ruler in Abtu. Through thee in the world waxeth green in triumph before the might of Nebuchadnezzar. He leadeth in his train that which is and that which is not. Yet in his name, Tahar Ser Tanef, he toweth along the earth in triumph in his name, Sikur. He is exceedingly mighty and most terrible in his name, Osar. He endureth forever and forever in his name, Ur-Nefer. Homage to thee, King of kings, Lord of lords, Prince of princes, who from the womb of Nut hast possessed the world and hast ruled all lands and occurred. Thy body is of gold, thy head is of azure, and emerald light encircleth thee. O Arn of millions of years, all pervading with thy body and beautiful in countenance and tasur, grant thou to the Ka of all sort the scribe Barni, splendor in heaven and might upon earth and triumph in Netar Kart, and that I may sail down to Tatu like a living soul, and up to Aptu like a Bernu as a phoenix, and that I may go in and come out without repulse at thy pylons of Tuath. May there be given unto me loaves of bread in the house of coolness, and offerings of food in Arnu, and a homestead forever in Siketaru, with wheat and barley, therefore. Siketaru. My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart, my coming into being. May there be nothing to resist me at my judgment. May there be no opposition to me from the Sharchar. May there be no parting of thee from in the presence of him who killeth the scales, who keepeth the scales. Thou art my call within my body, which knitteth and strengtheneth my limbs. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness to which I am advancing. May the Sharnit not cause my name to stink, and may no lies be spoken against me in the presence of the God. Good is it for thee to hear. Thoth, Tahuti, the righteous judge of the great company of the gods, who are in the presence of the god Osiris, Osor, saith, Hear ye this judgment. The heart of Osor Osiris hath in very truth been weighed, and his soul hath stood as a witness for him. It hath been found true by trial in the great balance. There hath not been found any wickedness in him. He hath not wasted the offerings in the temples. He hath not done harm by his deeds, and he uttered no evil reports while he was upon earth. The great company of the gods replied to Thoth, Tahuti, dwelling in Kemernu, that which cometh forth from thy mouth hath been ordained. Osiris Osor, the scribe Arni, triumphant, is holy and righteous. He hath not sinned, neither hath he done evil against us. Let it not be given to the devourer Mehmet to prevail over him. Meat offerings and entrance into the presence of the god Osiris, Osiris Osor, shall be granted unto him, together with a homestead forever in Sekhet Heterbu, as unto the followers of Horus and Hiru. I have come unto thee, O Ur-Nefer, and I have brought the Osor, Osiris Arni, unto thee. His heart is found righteous, coming forth from the balance, and it hath not sinned against God or goddess. Tahuti Thoth hath weighed in according to the decree uttered unto him by the company of the gods, and it is very true and righteous. Grant him cakes and ale, and let him enter into the presence of Osor, and may he be like unto the followers of Hiru and Horus forever. Behold, Osor Osiris Arni saith, O Lord of Amentet, of the underworld, I am in thy presence. There is no sin in me. I have not lied wittingly, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant that I may be like unto those favored ones who are round about thee, and that I may be an Osor Osiris, greatly favored of the beautiful God and beloved of the Lord of the world, the royal scribe indeed, who loveth him, Ani triumphant before the God Osor Osiris. Here begin. Homage to thee, O bull of Aberta, Tahuti Thoth, the king of eternity, is with me. I am the great God in the boat of the sun. I have fought for thee. I am one of the gods, those holy princes who make Osor to be victorious over his enemies on the day of weighing of words. I am thy mediator, O Osar, Osiris. I am one of the gods, born of Nut, those who slay the foes of Osar, Osiris, and hold for him in bondage the fiend Sarambor. I am thy mediator, O Hiru, Osar, Hiru, Horus. I have fought for thee. I have put to flight the enemy for thy name's sake. I am Tahuti Thoth, who have made Osiris Osor victorious over his enemies on the day of weighing of the words in the great house of the mighty ancient one in Anu. I am Tiderti, the son of Tiareti. I was conceived in Tartu. I was born in Tartu. I am with those who weep and with the women who bewail. Osiris Osor in the double land of Reshet, and I make Osor to be victorious over his enemies. and that which was bidden for me, to Hudi did. Ra commanded Hudi to make Asar victorious over his enemies, and that was done. I am Hiru on the day of the clothing of Tesheth, and of the opening of the storehouse of water for the purification of the God whose heart moveth not, and of the unbolting of the door of concealed things. In Rastu I am with Hiru who guardeth the left shoulder of Asar and Sechem, and I go into and come from the divine flames on the day of the destruction of the fiends in Sechem. I am with Hiru on the day of the festival of Osiris, making the offerings on the 6th day of the festival, and on the Ternat festival of Narnu. I am a priest in Tartu. I rear the temple of Osor on the day of casting up the earth. I see the things which are concealed in Rastal. I read from the book of the festival of the soul which is in Tartu. I am the Cern priest, and I perform his course. I am the great chief of the work on the day of the placing of the Hernu boat of Sukkot upon its sledge. I have grasped the spade on the day of digging the ground in Saran Hirnin. O ye who make perfected souls to enter into the hall of Asar, may ye cause the perfected soul of Osar, the scribe Arni, victorious in the whole of double truth, to enter with you into the house of Osar. May he hear as ye hear, may he see as ye see, may he stand as ye stand, may he sit as ye sit. O ye who give bread and ale to perfected souls in the hall of Osar, and give ye bread and ale at the 2 seasons to the soul of Asar Arni, Osiris, who is victorious before all the gods of Abtu, and who is victorious with you. O ye who open the way and lay open the paths to perfected souls in the hall of Asar, open ye the way and lay open the paths to the soul of Asar, the scribe and steward of all the divine offerings. Arne, who is triumphant with you, may he enter in with a bold heart, and may he come forth in peace from the house of Asar. May he not be rejected. May he not be turned back. May he enter in as he pleases. May he come forth as he desireth, and may he be victorious. May his bidding be done in the house of Asar. May he walk, and may he speak with you, and may he be a glorified soul along with you. He hath not been found wanting there, and the balance is rid of his child. I rise out of the egg in the hidden land. May my mouth be given unto me, that I may speak with it before the great God, Lord of the underworld. May my hand and my arm not be forced back by the holy ministers of any God. I am Asar, the Lord of the mouth of the tomb, and Asar, the victorious scribe Arni, hath a portion with him, who is upon the top of the steps. According to the desire of my heart, I have come from the pool of fire, and I have quenched it. Homage to thee, O thou Lord of brightness, thou who art at the head of the great house, and who dwellest in the night. And in thick darkness I have come unto thee. I am glorious, I am pure. My arms support thee. Thy portion shall be with those who have gone before. O grant unto me my mouth, that I may speak therewith, and that I may follow my heart when it passeth through the fire and darkness. If this be known upon earth by the deceased, and this chapter be done into the writings upon the coffin, he shall come forth by day in all the forms of existence which he desireth, and he shall enter into his place and shall not be rejected. Bread and ale and meat shall be given unto Osor, the scribe Arni, upon the altar of Osiris. He shall enter into the fields of Eru in peace, to learn the bidding of him who dwelleth in Tartu. There shall be wheat and barley be given unto him. There shall be flourish as he did upon earth, and he shall do whatsoever pleaseth him, even as do the gods who are in the underworld, for everlasting millions of ages, world without end. Homage to you, O ye lords of cause, ye lords of right and truth, infallible, who shall endure forever and ever, exist through countless ages. Grant that I may enter into your presence. I, even I, am pure and holy, and I have gotten power over the spells which are mine. Judgment hath been passed upon me in my glorified form. Deliver ye me from the crocodile which is in the place of the lords of right and truth. Grant ye unto me my mouth, that I may speak therewith. May offerings be made unto me in your presence, for I know you, and I know your names. And I know the name of the great God. Grant ye abundance of food for his nostrils. The God Requiem passes through the western horizon of heaven. He travelleth on, and I travel on. He goeth forth, and I go forth. Let me not be destroyed in the place, Mesquite. Let not the fiend get the mastery over me. Let me not be driven back from your gates. Let not your doors be shut against me, for I have eaten bread in Pe, and I have drunken ale in Caribou. If my arms be fettered in the holy habitation, may my Father Mu establish for me my mansion in the place above this earth, where there are wheat and barley in abundance which cannot be told. My feet may feasts be made for me there, for my soul and for my body. Grant me offerings of the dead, bread and ale and wine, oxen and ducks, linen, bandages, and incense, wax, and all the good and fair and pure things whereby the gods do live. May I rise again in all the forms which I desire, without fail and forever. May I sail up and down through the fields of Aru. May I come thither in peace, for I am the double lion God. Behold, Osor, the scribe Arni, after he hath come to his haven of rest, that which hath been done upon the earth by Arni, being blessed by all, the words of the god Tamu come to pass. I am the god Tamu of my rising. I am the only one. I came into existence and knew. I am Ra, who rose in the beginning. He hath ruled that which he made, who then is this. It is Ra who rose from the first time in the city of Surnehernen, crowned as a king in his rising. The pillars of Shu were not as yet created when he was upon the high place of him who is in Kimernu. I am the great God who gave birth to himself, even Nu, who created his name Portnetru as God. Who then is this? It is Ra, the creator of the names of his limbs, which came into being in the form of the gods in the train of Ra. I am he who is not driven back among the gods. Who then is this? It is Tamu and his disk. Or as the others say, it is Ra and his rising in the eastern horizon of heaven. I am yesterday. I know. Tomorrow. Who then is this? Yesterday is Osar, and tomorrow is Ra, on the day when he shall destroy the enemies of Nebuchadnezzar, and when he shall establish as prince and ruler his son Hiru, or as others say, on the day when we commemorate the festivals of the meeting of the dead Osar with his father Ra, and when the battle of the gods was fought, in which Osiris Osar, lord of Amentet, was the leader. When then is this? It is Abentet that is to say, the creation of the souls of the gods when Osiris was leader in Seramentet, or as others say, Amentet is that which Ra hath given unto me. When any god cometh, he doth arise and doth battle for it. I know the God who dwelleth therein, who then is this. It is Osiris, Osor, or as others say, Ra in his name, even Ra, the self-created. I am the Manu bird, which is in Arnu, and I am the keeper of the volume of the book of things which are, and of the things which shall be. Who then is this? It is Asar, or as others say, it is his dead body, or as others say, it is his filth. The things which are, and the things which shall be are his dead body, or as others say, they are eternity and everlastingness. Eternity is the day, and everlastingness is the night. I am the god Amsu in his coming forth. May his two plumes be set upon my head. Who then is this? Amsu is Hiru, the avenger of his father, and is coming forth in his birth. The plumes upon his head are all set in Nebhet, and they go forth to set themselves there, even as his protectors, and they provide that which his head lacketh. Or as others say, they are the two exceeding great Orai which are upon the head of their father, Demu. Or as others say, his two eyes are the two plumes. Arsar Arni, the scribe of all the holy offerings, rises up in his place in triumph. He cometh into his city. What then is this? It is the horizon of his father Tamu. I have made an end of my shortcomings, and I have put away my faults. What then is this? It is the cutting off of the corruptible in the body of Asar, the scribe Ani, triumphant before all the gods, and all his faults are driven out. What then is this? It is the purification of Asar on the day of his birth. I am purified in my exceeding great double nest which is in Surten Hernen on the day of the offerings of the followers of the great God who is therein. What then is this? Millions of years is the name of the one nest. Green Lake is the name of the other. A pool of Natron and a pool of Niatri, or as others say, the traverser of millions of years is the name of the one. Great Green Lake is the name of the other, or as others say, the begetter of millions of years is the name of the one. Green Lake is the name of the other. Now, as concerning the great God, who is in it? It is Ra himself. I pass over the way. I know the head of the pool of Marta. What then is this? It is Restol. That is to say, it is the underworld on the south of Nalrutif, and it is the northern door of the tomb. Now as concerning Shermahar, it is Abtu, or as others say, it is the road by which his father Tomu travelleth when he goeth to Sigadaru, which bringeth forth the food and nourishment of the gods behind the shrine. Now the gate of Surt is the gate of the pillars of Shu, the northern gate of the underworld, or as others say, it is the two leaves of the door through which the god Tomu passeth when he goeth forth in the eastern horizon of heaven. O ye gods who are in the presence of Asar, grant me your arms, for I am the God who shall come into being among you. What then is this? It is the drops of blood which fell from Ra when he went forth to cut himself. They sprang into being as the gods who and saw, who are in the following of Ra, and who accompany Tamu daily and every day. I, Asar Arni, the scribe triumphant, have filled up for thee the Wachet after it was darkened on the day of the combat of the two fighters. What then is this? It is the day on which Hiru fought with Set, who cast filth in the face of Hiru when Hiru destroyed the powers of Set. Tahuti did this with his own hand. I lift the hair cloud when there are storms in the sky. What then is this? It is the right eye of Ra, which raged against Set when he sent it forth. To whom he raiseth up the hair cloud and bringeth the eye alive, and whole, and sound, and without defect, to its Lord, or as others say, it is the eye of Ra when it is sick, and when it weepeth for its fellow eye. Then too he standeth up to cleanse it. I behold Ra, who was born yesterday from the buttocks of the cow Meor. His strength is my strength, and my strength is my strength. What then is this? It is the water of heaven, or as others say, it is the image of the eye of Ra in the morning at his daily birth. Mor is the eye of Ra. Therefore Asar, the scribe Arni Triumphant, is a great one among the gods who are in the train of Hiru. The words are spoken for him that loveth his Lord. What then is this? Who are those gods? Mesta, Harpi, Tor, Mortef, and Kavasnov, homage to you, O ye lords of right and truth, and O ye holy ones, who stand behind Asar, Osiris, who utterly do away with sins and crime, and have who and ye who are in the following of the goddess Hertepsekos, grant that I may come unto you. Destroy ye all the faults which are within me, even as ye did for the seven shining ones who are among the followers of their Lord Serpa. Anubis Anpu appointed their place on the day when was said, come therefore thither. And when is this? These lords of right and truth are Tehuri and Erastes, Lord of Amirta, the holy ones who stand behind Asor, even Meshta, Harpi, Turmutev, and Kobisinov are they who are behind the thigh in the northern sky. They who do away with sins and crime, and who are in the following of the goddess Atepsarchus, are the god Sebek in the waters. The goddess Atepsarchus is the eye of Ra, or as others say, it is the flame which followeth after all Sor it to burn up the souls of his foes. As concerning all the faults which are in all Sor, the scribe of the holy offerings of all the gods, Ani triumphant, they are all that he hath done against the lords of eternity since he came forth from his mother's womb. As concerning the seven shining ones, even Meshta, Harpi, Tormatef, Kobesnuf, Marntef, Keriberkef, and Heru Kerti Arpu appointed them protectors of the body of Asar, or, as many say, set them behind the place of purification of Asar, or as others say, those seven glorious ones are Nesher, Nesher, Eker, Ker, Artar, Nef, Ber, Serf, Kerti, Herk, Höf, Arkar, Urnurtev, Shasher, Marni, Heranes, Ebes, Rapor, Imkerker, and Mal, Kor, Anef, Heru. The chief of the holy ones who minister in his chamber is Heru, the avenger of his father, as to the day upon which was said, come therefore thither, it concerneth the words. Come then thither, which Ra spake unto Osar. Lo, may this be decreed for me in Amentet, and the soul which dwelleth in the two Shashvi. What then is this? It is Asar when he goeth into Atu and findeth there the soul of Ra. There the one God embraceth the other. The souls spring into being within the two Shashvi. I am the cat which fought by the Persia tree hard by an Arnu on the night when the foes of Nebuchadnezzar were destroyed. What then is this? The male cat is Ra himself, and he is called Mao by reason of the speech of the god Sa, who said concerning him, he is like Mo unto that which he hath made, and his name became Mo, or as others say, it is Shu, who maketh over the possession of Seb to Osar, as to fight the Persia tree hard by. In Anu it concerneth the children of impotent revolt, when justice is wrought on them for what they have done. As to the words that night of the battle, they concern the inroad of the children of impotent revolt into the eastern part of heaven, whereupon there arose a battle in heaven and in all the earth. O thou who art in the egg, Ra, who shinest from thy disk and riseth in thy horizon, and dost shine like gold above the sky, like unto whom there is none among the gods, who saileth over the pillars of Shu, the other, who givest blasts of fire from thy mouth, who makest the two lands bright with thy radiance, thy deliverer, the faithful worshippers from the God, of whose forms are hidden, and who makest the two lands bright with thy radiance of Shu, the other, who givest blasts of fire from thy mouth, and those eyebrows who are like unto the two arms of the balance of the night of the reckoning of destruction. Who then is this? It is Arnarth, the god who bringeth his arm as concerning the worlds. That night of the reckoning of destruction, it is the night of the burning of the damned, and of the overthrow of the wicked at the sacred block, and of the slaughter of souls. Who then is this? It is Narmu, the headsman of Osar, or, as others say, it is a Pep, when he riseth up one head bearing Mahat, right and truth upon it. Or as others say, it is Hiru, when he riseth up the two heads, whereof one beareth Mahat, and the other wickedness. He bestoweth wickedness on him that worketh wickedness, and Mahat on him that followeth after righteousness and truth. Or as others say, it is the great Hiru, who dwelleth in Serkern. Or as others say, it is Duhuri. Or as others say, it is Nefertemu, Seth, who doth thwart the course of the foes of Nefertishur. Deliver me from the watchers who bear slaughtering knives, and who have cruel fingers, and who slay house, and who slay those who are the following of Asar. May they never overcome me. May I never fall under the knives. What then is this? It is Artu, and it is Hiru in the form of Kent, Erma, or as others say, it is the divine rulers who thwart the works of their weapons. It is the chiefs of the Sharniur chamber. May their knives never get the mastery over me. May I never fall under their instruments of cruelty. For I know their names, and I know the being Marcher, who is among them in the house of Balsar, shooting rays of light from his eye, but he himself is unseen. He goeth round about heaven, robed in the flame of his mouth, commanding Harpi, but remaining himself unseen. May I be strong upon earth before Ra. May I come happily into heaven, into haven, in the presence of Asar. Let not your offerings be hurtful unto me, O ye who preside over your altars, for I am among those who follow after Nebuchadnezzar, according to the writings of Kepara. I fly as a hawk, I cackle as a goose, I ever slay even as the serpent goddess Nehetica. When then is this? They who preside at the offers are the similitude of the eye of Ra and the similitude of the eye of Heru. O Ra Termu, Lord of the great house, Prince, life, strength, and health of all the gods, deliver thou me from the god whose face is like unto that of a dog, whose brows are as those of a man, and who feedeth upon the dead, who watcheth at the bright of the fiery lake, and who devoureth the bodies of the dead, and swalloweth hearts, and who shooteth forth filth, but he himself remaineth unseen. Who then is this? Devourer for millions of years is his name, and he dwelleth in the lake of Urt. As concerning the fiery lake, it is that which is Arnrutif, hard by the chamber. The unclean man who would walk therefore doth fall down among the knives, or as others say, his name is Marthes, and he is the watcher of the door of Amerta, or as others say, his name is Herishepeth. Hail, Lord of terror, chief of the lands of the north and south, Lord of the red glow, who preparest the slaughter block, and who dost feed upon the inward parts. Who then is this? The guardian of the bite of a minta. What then is this? It is the heart of Alsar, which is the devourer of all the slaughtered things. The Orit crown hath been given unto him with swellings of the heart as Lord of Surtanhanen. When then is this? He to whom hath been given the Orit crown with swellings of the heart. As Lord of Surtanhanen as Alsar, he was bidden to rule among the gods on the day of the union of earth with earth in the presence of Nebuchadnezzar. What then is this? He that was bidden to rule among the gods is Heru, the son of Alser, who was appointed to rule in the place of his father Alsar. As to the day of the union of earth with earth, it is the mingling of earth with earth in the coffin of Alsar, the soul that liveth in Sutanhenen, the giver of meat and drink, the destroyer of wrong, and the guide of the everlasting paths. Who then is this? It is Ra himself, deliverer thou me from the great God who carrieth away souls, and who devoureth filth and eateth dearth, the guardian of the darkness, who himself liveth in the light. They who are in the misery fear him. As concerning the souls within the Shafi, they are those which are with the God who carrieth away the soul, who eateth hearts, and who feedeth upon offal, the guardian of the darkness, who is within the Sakar boat. They who live in crime fear him. Who then is this? It is Surti, or as others say, it is Smam the soul of Seb. Hail Kippur in thy boat, the twofold company of the gods is thy body. Deliver thou all Sar Arni, who have been appointed by Nebar to protect him to fasten the fetters to his foes, and who slaughter in the shambles. There is no escape from their grasp. They may never stab me with their knives. May I never fall helpless in their chambers of torture. Never have the things which the gods hate been done by me. For I am pure with the mesquite. Cakes of saffron have been brought unto him in Tarnanet. Who then is this? It is Kepra in his boat. It is Ra himself. The watchers who give judgment are the apes, Alsar and Neverthet. The things which the gods hate are wickedness and falsehood. And he who passes through the place of purification within the mesquite is Arpu, who is behind the chest which holdeth the inward parts of Alsar. He to whom saffron cakes have been brought in Tarnenet is Alsar, or as others say, the saffron cakes in Tarnenet are heaven and earth, or as others say, they are Shu, strengthener of the two lands. In Surtanhenin, the saffron cakes are the eye of Hiru, and Teranet is the grave of Alsar. Tamu hath built thy house, and the twofold lion, God, hath found thy habitation. Lo, drugs are brought, and Hiru purifieth, and Set strengtheneth, and Set purifieth, and Hiru strengtheneth. The Osar, the scribe Arne, triumphant before Osar, hath come into the land, and hath possessed it with his feet. He is Tamu, and he is this in the city. Turn thou back, O Rehu, whose mouth is shineth, whose head moveth. Turn thou back from before his strength, or even as others say, turn thou back from him who keepeth watch and is unseen. The Asar Arni is safely guarded. He is all set, and he is found with her hair spread over him. I shall shake it out over his brow. He was conceived in all set and begotten in Nebhet, and they cut off from him the things which should be cut off. Fear followeth after thee, terror is upon the arms. Thou art embraced for millions of years in the arms of the nations. Mortals go round about thee, thou smitest down the mediators of thy foes, and thou seizest the arms of the powers of darkness. The two sisters, all Sert and Nebhet, are given for thee for thy delight. Thou hast created that which is in Karaba, and that which is in Arnu. Every god feareth thee, for thou art exceedingly great and terrible. Thou avengest every god on the man that curseth him, and thou shootest out arrows. Thou livest according to thy will. Thou art Uarchit, the lady of flame. Evil cometh among those who set themselves up against thee. What then is this? The hidden form granted of Merhu is the name of the true. He seeth what is in his hand is the name of the shrine, or as others say, the name of the block. Now he whose mouth shineth and whose head moveth is a limb of Asar, or as others say, Ra. Thou spreadest thy hair, and I shake it out over his brow, is spoken concerning Alset, who hideth in her hair, and draweth her hair over her. Uarchi, the lady of flames, is the eye of Ra. I spent my life pursuing the truth, pursuing a heart of love, and I followed every instruction that I've received through all the study that I've done of what my heart has been dedicated to. And ascension does not look like what people think it should look like. They don't experience it the same either, because they have different influences around them. So things change. Boo. The only thing to fear is fear itself. There's nothing to be afraid of in this world. Not no more. Now we could just play. Said we're going to play. Said we're going to dress up for Halloween. Thanks for being here. I have TikTok going. Let's see if I can get TikTok going again. It clocks me out every so often. So it drops the feed. Yeah, there we go. There you got it going for me. Yep. Well, there we go. That'll work. Boom, boom. I think we're back. Cool. Also got a lot of work to go through. Got a lot of stuff to readjust. What I was reading was the Book of the Dead, of what most people know it as. But it's actually translated becoming of the day. And the becoming of the day is essentially the resurrection. Everybody's been after the formula. And I kept saying the formula the whole time to everybody is love. And they didn't believe me. So I said, okay, I'm going to take the long journey. While everybody's playing, I'm going to go crunch some really heavy work. So I advanced on my own, and I made a lot of progress by myself. And I keep standing, and I keep living, and wherever my future is going, well, I plan on shining brighter. And till this whole world shines bright, I just ain't gonna quit. I love humanity, and I believe humanity should live. I believe humanity should live peaceably on our world, without threat, without worry. And as much as I can, I'm going to wield that authority to do exactly Jehudai's divinity of guidance and instruction. See, I honor divine law and order before all else. Before all else. Before man's law, before Jay-Z's lie, before Juicy, Jakey, blah, blah. I don't care who it is or where it is or who they are or how they are. I'll learn how to obey divine law. And that trumps everything, all of it. You will get a free card to do all the play you want to do if you live your life by divine law and order. And that's what I'm going to help you learn. That's what we're going every single day. That's what I'm helping you get to. I can't tell you how to do it. I can't do that. But just by hanging out, maybe you might pick up a thing or two from me and get your feet about yourself and start your shamanic path, or maybe accelerate your shamanic path. Either one. That is interesting. I've got numerology here on the north side of things, which I'm going to throw some dice. I want to read that stuff today. There's something else I wanted to read. Oh, I got some original work. Y'all want to hear my original stuff? A couple of songs, I guess. Rhymes. You can call them rhymes. Ditties. I don't know, whatever you want to call them. So, just that word, it's just like, think of something else. coffee is still getting cold, but that's all right. But I actually got some pretty darn good stuff here. It's from a long time ago. It's another book. Alright. So this is an initiation into Hermetics. There's no doubt that everyone who has been searching for the true and authentic cognition in vain looked for years, if not even for a lifetime, to find a reliable method of training. The ardent desire for this noble aim made people again and again collect a mass of books from near and far, supposed to be the best ones, but which were lacking a great deal for real practice. Not one, however, of all the seekers could make any sense from all the stuff collected in the course of time, and the goal aimed at so fervently vanished more and more in nebulous distances. Provided the one or the other did start to work on the progress after instructions so highly praised, his good will and diligence never saw any practical results. Apart from that, nobody could reliably answer to his pressing questions whether or not just this way he had selected was the correct one for his individual case. Just as this time, divine providence decided to help all those seekers who have been searching with tough endurance to find means and ways for their spiritual development through this book of universal methods, of which are given into the hands of mankind by a highest initiate who was chosen by divine providence for this special task. It can be said without exaggeration that never before have these complete magical methods been accessible for the public. continue, shall we? Orti Vorta Vorva. Introduction. Anyone who should believe to find in this work nothing else but a collection of recipes, with the aid of which he can easily and without any effort attain to honor and glory, riches and power, and aim at the annihilation of his enemies, might be told from the very inception, and that he will put aside this book, being very disappointed. Numerous sects and religions do not understand the expression of magic otherwise than black art, witchcraft, or conspiracy with evil powers. It is therefore not astonishing that many people are frightened by a certain horror whenever the word magic is pronounced. Jugglers, conjurers, charlatans have discredited this term, and considering this circumstance, there is no surprise that magic knowledge has always been looked upon with a slight of disregard. Even in the remotest times, the magus, has been regarded as one of the highest adepts, and it may be of interest to learn that, as a matter of fact, the word magic is derived from this word. The so-called sorcerers are by no means initiates, but only imitators of the mysteries, who, counting partly on the ignorance and partly on the credulity, credulity, of the individuality or a whole nation, in order to reach their selfish aims by lies and fraud. The true magician will always despise such practices. In reality, magic is a sacred science. It is, in the very true sense, the sum of all knowledge, because it teaches how to know and utilize the sovereign rules. There is no difference between magic and mystic or any other conception of the name. Wherever authentic initiation is at stake, one has to proceed on the same basis, according to the same rules, irrespective of the name given by this or that creed. Considering the universal polarity rules of good and evil, active and passive, light and shadow, each science can serve good as well as bad purposes. Let us take the example of a knife, an object that virtually ought to be used for cutting bread only, which, however, can become a dangerous weapon in the hands of a murderer. All depends on the character of the individual. This principle goes just as well for all the spheres of the occult sciences. In my book, I have chosen the term of magician for all my disciples, it being a symbol of the deepest initiation and the highest wisdom. Many of the readers will know, of course, that word tarot does not mean a game of cards serving magical purposes, but a symbolic book of initiation, which contains the greatest secrets in a symbolic form. The first tablet of this book introduces the magician, representing him as the master of the elements and offering the key to the first arcanum, the secret of the ineffable name of the tetragrammator, the Kabbalistic Yorhe. Here we will, therefore, find the gate to the magician's initiation. The reader will easily realize how significant and how manifold the application of the tablet is. Not one of the books published up to date does describe the true sense of the first tarot card so distinctly as I have done in my book. It is, let it be noted, born from the own practice and destined for the practical use of a lot of other people. And all my disciples have found it to be the best and most serviceable system. Tetragrammaton literally means the four-letter word. It was a subterfuge to avoid the sin of uttering the sacred name Yarva or Yorva, as it later became when the vowels of another word were combined with the consonants of YH, VH, Yarve, Yarve, Yarve. But I would never dare to say that My book describes or deals with all the magic or mystic problems. If anyone should like to write all about this sublime wisdom, they ought to fill out volumes. It can, however, be affirmed positively that this work is indeed the gate to the true initiation, the first key to use the universal rules. Now, I'm not going to deny the fact of fragments being able to be found in many an author's publications, but I'm not in a single book will a reader find so exact a description of the first tarot card. I have taken pains to be as plain as possible in the course of the lectures to make the sublime truth accessible to everybody, although it has been a hard task sometimes to find such simple words as are necessary for the understanding of all the readers. I must leave it to the judgment of all of you whether or not my efforts have been successful. At certain points, I have been forced to repeat myself deliberately to emphasize some important sentences and to spare the listener any going back and forth. There have been many complaints, there have been many complaints of people interested in the occult sciences, and they had never got any chance at all to be initiated by a personal master or leader, a guru. Therefore, only people endowed with exceptional faculties, a poor preferred minority, seem to be able to gain this sublime knowledge. Thus, a great many of serious seekers of the truth had to go through piles of books just to catch one pearl of it now and again. The one, however, who is earnestly interested in this progress does not pursue this sacred wisdom from sheer curiosity, or else is yearning to satisfy their own lust, for they will find the correct leader to initiate them. No incarnate adept, however high their rank may be, can give the disciple more for a start than the present information here. If both the honest trainee and the attentive reader will find in this book all they have been searching for in vain all the years, then the book has fulfilled its purpose completely. Now, I am reading a book which is Initiation to Hermetics. That was just introduction. The next part, theory. Then we get into elements. But before we do, some of my own stuff here. I need music. I need a band. That's what I need. I need a band. And we can have some fun. Anyways, got some lyrics. I'm not great at the music portion, just letting you know. I even got a beat on it. Anyways, silence is golden, and so is every other crashing sound. These sticks and stones will heal bones and soothe moans. The bear, the deer, I love them so dear. Hands flying towards that hook, bands playing bridges into nook. We live in tales of miracles and bells, the warriors call to the Savior's ball. Healing mages needing their defending sages, scouts, seers, amplifiers, mystifiers, and them friars to the expedition. Global redemption ain't superstition, this is spiritual precision. What is it? Have you read it? I haven't even booked it here. I'm gonna sit for this bit. Oh, yo, lit and getting fit. We consider it more than compassionate. I have a goal that's magic, mathematical establishment, application, management, generating constant incarnate astonishment, creating intrinsic kinetic enlightenment. Let's journey, you and me, into divinity, breaking limits, climbing summits, combustible love, exploding flowers, angel powers. Here come the champions, the heroes, the survivors of our dear criers, the superheroes' might, filling the villains with terror and fright. They're playing stall. We got the ball. The alarming sound is a call, foreign to the ear. Should I fret or have a beer? Joy and peace, no need of any type of fear. I'm gonna go adore this daisy, speaking with Maisie. Mama, the queen, is guiding life serene. Ho, 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 ho. With this shofar, I'm gonna blow, blow, blow. This ritual's getting habitual. We're all about the spiritual. Cannot deny this chance. I'm taking this stance. Keep your wagon, my friend's a dragon. World leaders to those hungry, become kinder. No more secret orders and borders. The new world order transporter. We all know you think so. A spotlight found you, yo. You got machines affecting weather. Ha, look what I do with this feather. Not about control or getting central. Divine family strategy, dancing against tragedy. After you ride, freezing at 0 degrees, I done pay my fees. Living in the multiverse, becoming solar force in every dimension, growing life's creation, singing the invocation of divine perfection. Warm donuts, so delicious. I just want to smash it. So blessed and auspicious. This might be seditious. Nope, not trying. Just here living. Now I'm thriving. I'm done working for them bucks. I'm left saying, oh, shucks. And now I got the hiccups. I see many a holding fire, burning memory and desire, wed to their ire. Though suffering dire, I am forever free of this liar. Truth I announce from the wild snake do bounce, strange man's pill, causing many to suffer still. Forefathers united of evil we have sided, under them bases, secret hidden spaces, kings bought with prices, false frauding princes. Slick, I'm on the old trick. Here, this love bit. This my own mother, blessed and sincere, divine mama, your voice I listen to and hear. Look, mama got my back. Check out my new track, Jack. Teresa, keep going. Okay, keep going. There's another one. I guess I'm no good on music, but lyrics, or whatever you want to call them. There's a new spirit in town where trickster clowns abound. We got a new sound. We found Limit Breaker, Earth Shaker, King Maker. This is Doug, a motherfucker, shape shifter, like a drifter, soul uplifter. Just dare it, love and laughter, mark, found sky tracker, astral projector, universe conductor. A compliment to refinement, divine development, our new element, love embodiment. Let this bell ring while we enlighten being. Breaks the squeak sounding less than meat. This vibe gonna tweet, spirit treat, yummy, sweet, hot dancing, moving feet. There's a new spirit in town where the trickster clowns abound. We got a new sound we found. Limit breaker, order shaker, king maker. This is my Dugga. Shape shifter like a drifter, soul uplifter. Fuel burning brakes, busted strapping for this hot magic, casting, dancing, soul be blasting on the fly. We're gonna go spreading this mojo. They say hell is hot, come and feel what we got. Roots of fire, lighting intuitions inspire. There's a new spirit in town where trickster clowns abound. We got a new sound we found. Limit Baker, Earth Shaker, King Maker. This is Dugga, motherfucker. Shapeshifter like a drifter, soul uplifter. Sky Treckle, Astral Projector, Love Embodiment, Spirits, Treat, Yummy, Sweet, Hot Magic, Casting, Dancing, Soul Bubble, Blasting into Love, we flying high. Oh, we got a trend into my heart and I fell, soiling many a crushed eggshell. New seeds, new deeds, these my leads, a beloved garden like to get trodden. No family, I still smile kindly. Skin to shed, letting go of dread. I had stuffed under my bed, roots growing, wings soaring, eyes looking for brethren. Stars melting bars, we going beyond Mars. A clown taking demons down, freed from slavery. We grasp our liberty. The fifth kill is official. I had an astral missile, frightened a titan, dead all was said. Blood falling as a clear drizzle from the burning body sizzle. Limit breaker, earth shaker, kingmaker. This is Doug Amadawaga, shapeshifter like a drifter, soul uplifter. A to Z, Adam to Zeus, first truce, ending with the false muse, no more abuse. If you commit to that sour course, I will show no remorse. All sorcerers and world into risen, arise ancient Norse, bring that diamond force. There was a boy, king to be, was hidden from all to see. Love this youth, sought, never with fist fought, threats and clenching teeth, blood dripping underneath. Love became lost, ending every boss. A heart steadfast, evil cannot outlast. Active habit churns acknowledgement, confirm it in bewilderment. There's a new spirit in town where tricks or clowns abound. We got a new sound we found. Limit breaker, earth shaker, king maker. This is Dugga motherfucker. Shapeshifter like a drifter, soul uplifter. Trinity, unity, community, rise, Pa, Mama, Seer declares love is in the air. Child of dragon in the making. We make this stand against the blatant ban. Down the gun, pick up some fun, playing a tune of happiness. Gaia's cure for the inhabitants. Weapons of steel, what they cause to feel. Hardened seal, shall I mend and heal? There's a new spirit in town where trickster clowns abound. We got a new sound we found. Lemon breaker, earth shaker, king maker. This is Doug, a motherfucker. Shapeshifter like a drifter, soul uplifter. That's a while ago. I got other ones. Okay, great. You want two more? Okay. Maybe two more. I am the sage and shaman, Cetrus come and bring in Namen, plain and simple. We the people are the temple, manifesting some big ripple, love, love. We're creating reality, tesseractive ability, affecting Earth's destiny. So join the fun, get up and come, play with me in unity of diversity, grasping liberty, embracing global harmony, loving the earth as our altar. The guy is on, doesn't falter. I am the sage and shaman, Cetrus coming, bringing Namen, plain and simple. We the people are the temple, manifesting some big ripple of love. I can see paradise, everyone feeling nice, not a one thinking twice. Happy life, giving birth, grown in the altar earth, bringing forth a merry mirth, a smiling, dancing prophet, avoiding catastrophic, hidden in the sunset, casting that magic, cleaning up the toxic. Steady, ready, sets with raw. I am set with Bata against Zeus. We're going toe, dancing forth, singing, let's go with this flow. Welcome to this happening show. We're casting spells in water. No one quick as a whip, gotta flee from a tick. While in this zone, protecting this dome, I found an altar that in the thick of what is so sick, my life, my own, does not falter. Go and grab your friggin' frankincense, summoning your angelic sense, purify that saddened soul, most ends, stuck in that binding atrocious fence, Go and grab your frickin' frankincense, summoning your angelic divine sense, purify saddened souls, most ends, stuck in that binding atrocious fence. The end of every barrier, leaving none inferior, finding something merrier. Here we go then. The divine motherhood, birthing Cetra's angelhood, matriarchal recovery, establishing the end of tyranny with our community, the angels' unity, ending humanity's misery peaceably. We are the sage and shamans, up to bat and button, Cetra's coming, light, dark, unified, undenied, world redefined. We are the sage and shamans, bring in Amen. Plain and simple, we the people are the temple, manifesting a Rio Grande, ever-growing ripple of love. We're not seeking fame, nor any name, this a new sound. Here's a primal mound, a sacred joy's wall. Welcome to the celestial ball. This ain't no magic trick, this is nature's power shtick. Perfect pressure, precise measure, mother lunar water. Y'all so funny thinking about money. Father, sunny, solar, fire, honey. As undenied by humankind. Mama manifested mind. Cosmic baby growing. Multiversity of cultural harmony. Formless fire of a hidden empire. Angels and federal agents. God gave the nod. Can't block our sources. With the creative forces. Primal and final, we are the sage and shamans. Up to bat and button, sections coming, light and dark, unified, undenied, world redefined. We are the sage and shamans, bringing Amen. Plain and simple, we the people are the temple, manifesting some big ripple of love. Fourth one, I got 4. I got more. This one's horrible though, as far as like rhythm. That was the one I just sung. That was the best rhythm I got to any of my songs or any of Anyways, here's another one. Born the arrow, path very narrow, flying in total focus, every distraction bogus, love sparkle, healing man's debacle, heart and soul open like a bowl, swallow yo's pill, had me like a landfill, irritating noise and becoming some poison, no more caring for your bitch and I'm starting the ignition, about to glisten, matriarchy is risen, cultural fusion, not sharing in division, this is Eden's resurrection, the die is cast, the seed won't last, watch the stance and blast, we've given up, blessing from Zeus, keep stepping, form the arrow, path very narrow, flying in total focus, every distraction focus, love, sparkle, healing, mancy, buckle, sneaky garden serpent, as in ancient Egypt, what and raunchy, what naturally will be, snakes whom speaks lies, many do despise, rage and anger, compromise, life, force and fire of root, destruction has no dispute, and focus pure and true, success doesn't sue, pure of subconscious does, secret mob on trust, Zeus, with Lady Justice, bonds be any bloke, creed or color, any other secret or public figure signed, and that signature, sleeping with evil soul, sold to the devil, love does make them tremble. Not safe yet, being diligent, till temple's establishment, born an arrow, path very narrow, flying total focus, every distraction focus, love, sparkle, healing, massive buckle. That elite seed, a great feat full of corruption, man, causing many a disruption, also fleeting. Look, I see Herokuti, Carmen Murphy has a sense to commence and dispense their faded share. Yo ho, here comes Mama Bear to modern gospel. No more king do we sing. Equality and healthy living does ring. Each man and every woman reign supreme to end all hostility, divine morality, and everybody a spearhead of camaraderie, duality, singularity, the angels' unity, unique individuality, love so folly, love so holy, we dodge and folly, looking scary to so darn many. Please enter my scare school, and here we're getting spiritual. Spirit be speaking emotional, along with this musical, becoming more than dual. Grow mighty and lovingly. 'Tis your nativity of creativity. Mama Bear, if I back that fear, bullies bringing worries, I'd rather go pick some berries over there. Hey, look, I see a fairy. To my soul, their ear does carry. Buckle the safety strap, or go take a nap. All for one and one for all. We angels hear your call. Love will save us from the fall. Here's my bell, a magical spell, a cure so pure you'll know for sure. Mystic dancing, starting trancing, not long, and you'll be laughing, at least smiling, tapping to heaven, earth's bound throng. Love will don the new world's anthem song. Done descending to that depth, I've quit going down that pit. I know your trick, you're sick. I'ma fly higher, then call any sire back to searching for the cure to that all that's sore. That love I believed in before, heart so pure, riding a new love lore. Getting on this ark, a new journey to embark. This a new world reset. Everybody ready? Let's go, Freddy. Jason's headed to the Masons. We're squaring this in the basement. This is a divine statement guided by intuition, led by in connection. Tis the ancestors' direction. Partake in this creation with your participation. Resurrection through tribal regeneration. No tomorrow, nor to follow any sorrow. Today we play becomes every day. Hearts so cherry, mama, queen, fairy guides one and so many. We're going to do a guided meditation. I'm just going to do, if y'all want to join in, your heart is the invitation, your heart is the key. If you don't want to join in, your heart's the key. It won't let you in. Anyways. Shala. 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 I call upon the Lord of Soul, Osiris, who loves me unconditionally, to cast into your unconditionally loving care that which no longer naturally belongs in the land of the living. Stay in your heart and become aware of a beautiful man with a rich green light all around him, promising new life and growth. He holds a crook and flail in each arm and wears an ornate crown. His eyes are kind, as you are aware of his essence. I now call forth that which is attached to my energy field and does not serve me in unconditional love. I now choose of my own free will to cast into the loving care of all Sol, Osiris, all attachments, histories, belief, and beings of any influence that are not aligned with unconditional love. I release you now through all time and space with love and respect. Go in peace. You may not return to me ever. Our contracts are now dissolved. I set you free. I set myself free. So be it. Let yourself be at peace. If you feel emotion or surprise as different impressions register in your body or mind, just let them flow without attachment. You may feel fear, anger, sadness, or grief arising and leaving your body. You may temporarily feel confusion, nausea, waves of regret, or pain as energies leave. Do not concern yourself. Stay with the process and know that you are supported. Close your eyes and perceive Asada receiving the light of the candle into his own heart with love and compassion. His heart is vast and can receive so much old energy and pain from you. Simply taking it into his heart and letting it burn in the sacred fire is his heart chakra. Stay with this process, and as your healing ritual is coming to a completion, we will end with these words. O sorrow, Osiris, master of love and peace, bring my soul the light of relief. Through unconditional love and a heart that is true, I release that which should be returned to you. I surrender all not of unconditional love to your peaceful heart, pure as the dove. I am free from that which no longer lives. New life and healing you now give. To that which is due, burial proper and right, we are all free now to grow in the light. I am free to move on now, thanks to you, with unconditional love and compassion too. O Sol Osiris, master of love and peace, bring my soul the light of relief. Through unconditional love and a heart that is true, I release that which should be returned to you. I surrender all, not of unconditional love, to your peaceful heart, pure as the dove. I am free from that which no longer lives. New life and healing you now give. To that which is due, burial proper and right, we are all free now to grow with the light. I am free to move on now, thanks to you, with unconditional love and compassion too. O Sol Osiris, master of love and peace, bring my soul the light of relief. Through unconditional love and a heart that is true, I release that which should be returned to you. I surrender all, not of unconditional love, to your peaceful heart, pure as the dove. I am free from that which no longer lives. New life and healing you now give to that which is due, burial proper and right. We are all free now to grow with the light. I am free to move on now, thanks to you, with unconditional love and compassion too. O Heru of Ra, O Shu, O Geb, O Asar, O Hekor, O Nun. Praise to you, great gods, who bring the upper one to the underworld, who make him travel to the ceiling, who meet Ra at his departure from the horizon, who travel in the night bark, who sail in the day bark. Come to me, ascend to me, unite yourselves to me, after that you have brought up for me anything bad, any bad revolting matter, any bad sickness that is in this body of mine, in these limbs of mine, you being the protection of Heru that guards Set, and vice versa. It is to make an end of this sickness that is cleaving to you, O gods, there that I have fetched a herb that came into existence by itself. Make an end of any bad sickness that is cleaving to me. Come to me, Mother All-Set, and Sister Nebhet. See, I am suffering inside my body. The members there. Do worms interfere? Does it look like worms? So said the goddess All-Set. Come, Heru, see, is for anything painful in your body. I am the one who says, get away, for you. Let these 19 signs be made with the cutting edge of a two-barbed harpoon, to be provided with pellets of barley drawn in fresh ink, to be applied to the affliction you suffer from. He will leave his safe fart from your behind. O you gods there, who run in front of the bark of Ra, who keep the heavens stable for Ra and the earth for Geb, come that you may see what an enemy, fiend, male dead, female dead has done, who has entered his belly so as to leave behind the influence of his manifestation, so that the heart would be perverted against him as a heart that is reversed. Now that means that his breast would come out with mysterious things. O enemy, fiend, male dead, female dead, who are in the belly, who are in the heart, who are in the breast. The Ernard, the followers of the One, whose mysteries are great, guards you. Their mouths are closed. Going back to our initiation of Hermetics. Picture of the magician, the first tarot card, the interpretation of the symbolism. You'll find mineral, vegetable, animal kingdoms expressed in a symbolic manner. Female on the left side, male on the right side are the plus, the positive and the minus, the negative in every human being. The middle is a hermaphrodite, a creature personifying the male and female combined in one as the sign of consanity between the male and female principle. The electrical and magnetical fluids are shown in red and blue colors, electrical fluid being red, magnetical fluid blue. The head region of the female is electrical, therefore red, the region of the genitals is magnetical. Consequently, blue, as for the male, happens to be the inverted order. Above the hermaphrodite, there is a globe as a sign of the earth sphere, above which the magician is illustrated with the four elements. Above the male, there are the active elements, that of the fire in the red and the air element in blue. Above the female, there are passive elements, the water element in green and the element of the earth in yellow. The middle along the magician up to the globe is dark purple, representing the sign of the Akasa principle. Above the magician's head, with an invisible ribbon for a crown, there is a gold-edged, silvery white lotus flower as a sign of the divinity. In the inside, there is the ruby red philosopher's stone, symbolizing the quintessence of the whole Hermetic science. On the right side in the background, there is the sun, yellow like gold, and on the left side, we see the moon, silvery white, expressing plus and minus in the macro and microcosm. The electrical and magnetical fluids above the lotus flower creation has been symbolized by a ball, in the interior of which are represented the procreative positive and negative forces which stand for the creating act of the universe. The eternal and infinite, the boundless and the uncreated, have been expressed symbolically by the word Om in the dark purple to black color. I'm gonna pick up there. I'm enjoying that. But we just getting started. So, now about the elements, or I should say, the great secret of the Tetragrammaton, or the Kabbalistical Yorhe Vorhe, that which is above is also that which is below. Harmis Trismergistes, Yorhe Vorhe. I'm actually gonna write that one down. Wow, that's actually kind of interesting. In my book, it says, your name, the journey became, I'm not the same, and now. And that page is the page I happen to be like, okay, that's the page I'll write on. I didn't look at what was on there. Which is interesting. See, the word has masculine and feminine words of description. Everything that has been created, the macrocosm as well as the microcosm, consequently, the big and the small world, have been achieved by the effective elements. For this reason, right from the beginning of the initiation, I shall attend to these powers and underline their deep and manifold significance in particular. In the occult literature, very little has been said about the powers of the elements up to now. This dude, he goes on talking about things of why he didn't do things, and I'm like, let's just get to the information. The whole universe is similar to a clockwork with all its wheels in mesh and interdependent from each other. Even the idea of the Godhead as the highest comprehensible entity may be divided in aspects analogous to the elements. Details about it are found in the chapter concerning the God idea. In the oldest Oriental scriptures, the elements are designated as tattvas. In our European literature, they are only considered on the ground of their good effects, and in so far as we are warned against their unfavorable influence, which means that uncertain actions can be undertaken under the influence of them, or else must be omitted. The accuracy of this fact is not to be doubted, but all that has been published up to the dated points to a slight aspect of the effects of the elements only. How to find out about the effects of elements respecting them for any personal use may be sufficiently learned from astrological books. Todd was. Okay. I am penetrating far deeper into the secret of the elements, and therefore I have chosen a different key, which, although being analogous to the astrological key, has, a matter of fact, nothing to do with it. The reader to whom this key is completely unknown shall be taught to use it in various ways. As for the single tasks, analogies, and effects of the elements, I shall deal with them by turns and in detail in the following chapters, which will not only unveil the theoretical part of it, but point directly to the practical use, because it is here that the greatest articulum is to be found. In the oldest book of wisdom, the Tarot, something has already been written about this great mystery of the elements. The first card of this work represents the magician, pointing to knowledge and mastery of the elements. On the first card, the symbols are the sword as the fiery element, the rod as the element of air, the goblet as that of water, and the coins as the element of earth. This proves without any doubt that already in the mysteries of yore, the magician was destined for the first tarot card. Mastery of the elements having been chosen as the first act of initiation. In honor of this tradition, I shall give my principal attention to the elements, for, as you will see, the key to the elements in this Parnasia, with the help of which all the occurring problems may be solved. According to the Indian succession of the Tattvas, it runs as follows. Arkasa is the principle, Ether Tehas. The principle of the fire is Varhu. The principle of the air is Arpas. The principle of the water, Prithivi. So she interesting because like I have these words, however, new structures, always changing, always adjusting, always learning, always moving forward. And it's just about doing one good thing after another and not giving up on it. You get progress, just keep going. The whole world try to make you stop. Hmm. So I'm looking at reducing the amount of time in the morning of the blessings that I'm going over will allow me to do more with less time, because what I've been doing is repeating stuff, so I don't need to spend that much time repeating stuff. So thank you for being patient with me here. Okay, got that portion. In accordance with the Indian doctrine, it has been said that the four somehow grosser tattvas have been descended from the fifth tattva, the Adhikasa principle. Consequently, Adhikasa is the cause ultimate and to be regarded as the fifth power, the so-called quintessence. In one of the following chapters, I shall inform the reader about this most subtle element of Karsa in detail, the specific qualities of each element, beginning with the highest planes right down to the grossly material level, will be mentioned in all the following chapters. By now, one has been hopefully realized that there's no easy task to analyze the great mystery of creation and word it in such a way that everybody gets the chance of penetrating the topic to form a wonderful picture of it all. The analysis of the elements will also be discussed in the great practical value of them underlined, so that every scientist, whether he be a chemist, physician, magnetizer, occultist, a magician, a mystic, a kabbalist, or a yogi, can derive their practical benefit from it. Should I succeed in teaching the reader so far that they are able to deal with the subject in the proper way to find the practical key to the branch of knowledge most suitable for him, I will be glad to see that the purpose of my book has been fulfilled. Number 2, principle of fire here. As it has been said before, Akasa, or the Etheric principle, is the cause of the origin of the elements. According to the Oriental scriptures, the first element born from Akasa is believed to be Terhas, the principle of fire. This element, as well as the others, manifest their influence not only in our roughly material plane, but also in everything created. The basic qualities of the fiery principle are heat, expansion. In the beginning of all things created, therefore, must have been fire and light. And in the Bible we read, Fiat lux, there shall be light. The origin of the light, of course, is to be sought in the fire. Each element, and therefore that of fire too, has two polarities, the active and the passive one, which means positive and negative. Plus will always signify the constructive, the creative, the productive sources, whereas minus stands for all that is destructive or dissecting. There are always two basic qualities which must be clearly distinguished in each element. Religions have always imputed the good to the active and the evil to the passive side, but fundamentally spoken, there are no such things as good or bad. They are nothing but human conceptions. In the universe, there is neither good nor evil, because everything has been created according to the immutable rules wherein the divine principle is reflected, and only by knowing these rules shall we be able to come near to the divinity. As mentioned before, the fiery principle owns the expansion, which I shall call electrical fluid for the sake of better comprehension. This definition does not just point to the roughly material electricity, in spite of its having a certain analogy to it. Everyone will realize at once, of course, that the quality of expansion is identical with extension. This elementary principle of fire is latent and active in all things created, as a matter of fact, in the whole universe, beginning from the tiniest grain of sand to the most sublime substance, visible or invisible. In the previous chapter, I'll keep going, but I'm gonna put a fresh pot of coffee on. I guess we'll keep chatting or something or another. Adjust you there a little bit, I think. Get you a bit in the boom boom. Yeah. I hope you're having a good morning today. And it is nice to be up and kicking. Thanksgiving. Lots of Thanksgiving. And the opposite principle of fire, obviously water. It's also derived from akasa, the etheric principle, but in comparison with fire, it has quite contrasting qualities. These basic qualities are coldness and shrinkage. The point in question are also two poles, the active one being constructive, life giving, nourishing, and protective, whereas the negative pole, similar to one of fire, is destructive, dissecting, fermenting, and dividing. As this element owns the basic quality of shrinking and contraction, it has produced the magnetic fluid. Fire as well as water are operating in all regions. According to the rules of creation, the fiery principle would not be able to exist all by itself if it did not conceal inside as opposite pole the principle of water. These two elements, fire and water, are basic elements with the help of which all has been created. In consequence of these facts, we have everywhere to reckon on two main elements, moreover, with the electrical and magnetical fluids, which represent the contrasting polarities. Another element derived from Akasa is that of air. Initiated people do not regard this principle as a real element, but they will grant it the role of a mediator between the fiery and the watery principles, so that the principle of air will, in a certain way, establish the neural equilibrium, acting as a medium between the active and the passive activities of water and of fire. Through the interaction of the active and passive element of fire and water, the whole created life has become motion. In its mediatorship, the principle of air has assumed the quality of warmth from the fire and that of humidity from the water. Without these two qualities, any life would be inconceivable. These two qualities will also grant two polarities to the airy principle, which means in the positive outcome, the life giving polarity, and the negative aspect, the destructive polarity. In addition to that, let me say that the mentioned elements are not to be regarded as ordinary fire, water, and air, which would solely represent aspects of the grossly material plane, but in this case, universal qualities of all elements are concerned. It has been said that the principle of air does not represent an element proper, and this information goes for the principle of earth likewise. Now, this means that out of the interaction of the three foresaid elements, the earthy principle has been born as the last element, which by its specific quality, the solidification involves all the three elements. It is this quality in particular which has given a concrete shape to the threefold elements, but at the same time, the action of the three elements has been limited with the result of space, measure, weight, and time having been born. The reciprocal action of the three elements together with that of the earth thus has become tetrapolar, so that the earthly principle may be labeled now as a four-pole magnet. The fluid in the polarity of the earthly element is electromagnetic. All life created can therefore be explained by the fact that all the elements are active in the fourth, ergo the earth element, though realization in this element came out the fiat, it shall be. Details concerning the specific influences of the elements in the various spheres and kingdoms, such as the kingdoms of nature, of animals, and of human beings, will be found in the following chapters. The main point is that the reader gets a general impression about the workshop and the effect of the elemental principles in the entire universe. Light is established on the principle of fire. Light without fire is inconceivable, and for this particular reason, it is an aspect of the fire. Each fiery element can be converted into light and the other way around. Therefore, light involves all specific qualities such as shining, penetrating, and expanding. The opposite of light is darkness, which has come out of the principles of water. Darkness has the contrasting specific qualities of the light, and without darkness, light would not only remain quite unrecognizable, but without darkness, there would never be any light at all. Evidently, light and darkness must have been produced by the mutual play of two elements, consequently, those of fire and water. Light in its outcome, therefore, has the positive quality, whereas darkness is a negative one. This interplay evidently is working in all regions. Several times while describing the elements, it's been mentioned of the ethereal principle. Accordingly, the ethereal principle is the ultimate, the supreme, the most powerful thing, something inconceivable, the ultimate cause of all things existed and creating. To put it in a nutshell, it is the causal sphere. Therefore, akasa is spaceless and timeless. It is the non created, the incomprehensible, the indefinable. The various religions have given it the name of God. It is the fifth power, the original power. Everything has been created by it and is kept in balance by it. It is the origin and the purity of all thoughts and intentions. It is the casual world wherein the whole creation in subsisting on, beginning from the highest spheres down to the lowest ones. It is the quintessence of the alchemist. It is the all in all. An immutable law, which has its aspect just in the Akasa principle, is the law of cause and effect. Each cause sets free a corresponding effect. This law works everywhere as the most sublime rule. Consequently, every deed proceeds from a cause or is followed by any result. Therefore, we should not only accept karma as a rule for our good actions, as the Oriental philosophy puts it, but its signification reaches farther and is a very deep one. Instinctively, all men have the feeling that something good can bring good results only, and again, all the evil must end up with evil, or, in the words of a proverb, whatsoever a man sows, that shall he reap. Everybody is bound to know this law and to respect it. This law of course and effect governs the elemental principles too. I have no intention to enter into details of this law, which could be expressed in a few words, as they are quite clear, so that every reasonable man will understand them. Subject to this law of cause and effect is also the law of evolution or development. Thus, development is an aspect of the karma law. Man is the true image of God. He has been created in the likeness of the universe. Everything great to be found in the universe is reflected, a small degree, in man. For this reason, man is signified as a microcosm to the contrast to the macrocosm of the universe. Strictly speaking, the entire nature manifests itself in man and will be the task of this chapter to inform about these problems. I do not intend to describe the physical occurrences in the body because everybody can find information about it in any respective work. What I shall teach is to regard man from the Hermetic standpoint, and I shall enlighten interested people as to how to use the fundamental key, the influence of the elements on man in the right way. A well-known maxim says, a sound mind and a sound body. The genuine truth of this aphorism represents itself immediately to everybody dealing with the problem of man. There surely will arise the question, let me just wait for that to finish up. Last paragraph. Oh boy, that coffee tastes pretty gosh darn good this morning. I'm gonna keep coming back to this Hermetic book. It's rather, I read it a long time ago, but it's good information for anybody getting into this stuff. And it's gonna cover everything from a whole bunch of stuff. Anyways, next portion is I'll talk a little bit more about the body, but I flipped this book open here, and I do want to, I don't know, had a poem on it, or something seemed pretty cool. It said, the little sycamore which she planted with her hand, she began to speak, and her words are as drops of honey. She is charming, her bower is greener than the papyrus. She is laden with fruit, redder than the ruby. The color of her leaves is as glass. Her stem is as the color of the opal. It is cool in her shadow. She sends her letter by a little maiden, the daughter of her chief gardener. She makes her haste to her beloved. Come and linger in the garden. The servants who belong to thee come with the dinner things. They are bringer beer. They are bringing beer of every kind, with all manner of bread, flowers of yesterday and of today, and all kinds of refreshing fruit. Come, spend this festive day, and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, sitting in my shadow. Thy company sits at thy right hand. Thou dost make him drink, and then thou dost follow what he says. I am of a silent nature. I do not tell what I see. I do not chatter. The Pharaoh shared this love for trees and flowers and tried to turn his city into a garden. Ramses III planted trees and papyrus and Thebes into the new town which he found in the delta. He made their fruit a sacred way, splendid with flowers from all countries, with lotus and papyrus countless as the sand. It's not a mere saying that flowers from all countries were planted there. Honestly, I feel like a modern day Indiana Jones, writing little ideas down. Man is the true image of God. Oh, I'm sorry. A well-known maxim says, "A sound mind in a sound body." The genuine truth of this aphorism represents itself immediately to everybody dealing with the problem of man. There surely will arise the question, what health is from the Hermetic point of view? Not everyone is capable to answer this question at first instant. Seen from the Hermetic angle, health is the perfect harmony of all the forces operating inside the body with respect to the basic qualities of the elements. There need not prevail such a great disharmony of the element A to set free a visible effect, which is called disease. For disharmony in the form of sickness is already an essential disturbance in the workshop of the elements inside the body. The main condition for the novice is to concentrate themselves absolutely on the body. The outwardly visible expression of the body resembles that of a beautiful garment, and beauty in all its aspects is likewise an aspect of the divine nature of beauty, properly speaking. It is not only that which pleases us or appears to be sympathetic to our taste, because sympathy or antipathy are dependent on the interaction of the elements. Genuine health is a rather basic condition of our spiritual rising. If we like to live in beauty, we must form our house, our flat, or in this case, our body beautifully and fill it with harmony. According to the universal law, the elements have to perform certain functions inside our body. These are mainly building up the body, keeping it alive, and dissolving it. The positive part of the body, the building up, is therefore the business of the positive or active side of the elements. The preserving part is brought about by the linking or connecting part of the elements. An example, the neutral, whereas the destructive or the dissolving part in the body is realized by the negative qualities of the elements. It is obvious that the fiery principle in the active form with its electrical fluid will exert the active, expansive, building up influence. The contrary will be the case in the negative form. The watery principle in its active form will influence the building up activity in its negative form. It will produce the disintegrating, dissolving activity of all the fluids in the body. With the principle of air rests the task of controlling the electrical fluid of the fire and the magnetic fluid of the water in the body, keeping them in balance. For this reason, it has been characterized as the neutral or mediating element. It has been said in the fundamental key about the forces of the principle of earth that it has the function inside the body to keep together the influences of the three elements. In the active form of the earthly principle, it has an animating, vivifying, invigorating influence, and in the negative form, it is the other way around. The earthly principle is responsible for the thriving as we as for the aging of the body. We could mention quite a lot of analogies with respect to the influence of the elements inside the body, but let it be enough with the foregoing explanations. Adepts of all periods never describe the effects of the elements in particular, probably to avoid any misuse, but they did not know very well about it. They divided man in three basic conceptions, attributing the head to the fiery principle, the abdomen to that of water, and the chest to the airy one as the mediating principle between fire and water. How very right they were with their dividing man becomes obvious at the first look, because all that is active or fiery takes place in the head, in the abdomen. It must be the contrary, the watery, the secretion, the work of the saps, and so on. The chest underlies the air and has a mediating part, because here breathing takes place quite mechanically. The earthly principle, with its cohesive power or ability of holding together, represents the whole of the human body with all its bones and flesh. Now the question will arise where and how kasa, or the etheric principle, occurs in the grossly material body. In doing some deeper thinking, everybody will be able to answer this question by themselves, for the etheric principle is hidden in its most grossly material form in the blood and in the seed, and in the reciprocal action of these two substances in the vital matter or in the vitality. As we have learned, the fiery element produces the electrical and water element, the magnetic fluid. Each of these fluids has two pole radiations, an active and a passive one, and the mutual influences and interactions of all the radiations of the four poles resemble a tetrapolar magnet, which is identical to the secret of the tetragrammaton, the Yorhe Vorhe of the Kabbalists. Therefore, the electromagnetic fluid in the human body, in its emanation, is the animal magnetism, the or whatever name it has been given. The right side of the human body is active, electrical, provided that the individual be right handed. The left side is passive magnetic. As for the left handed person, the contrary will take place. The emanative power of the electromagnetic fluid is dependent on the capacitance, the intensity of action of the elements inside the body. The more harmoniously, the more harmoniously this action of the elements is going on in the body, all the stronger and purer this emanation will be, with the help of certain exercises as well as by a correct attitude and an exact observance of these rules. The capacitance, strength, and influence of this electromagnetic fluid or can be increased or diminished according to whatever necessity requires. The way of doing it will exhaustively be illustrated in the practical part of the present work. The electrical as well as the magnetical fluid in the human body have nothing to do with the kind of electricity or magnetism we know. Although a certain analogy exists, this law of analogy is a very important factor in the Hermetic science, and the knowledge of it enables the adept to perform great miracles with the aid of this key. The food contains the elements mingled with each other. The result of taking in food is a chemical process by which the elements are preserved in our body. From the medical point of view, the taking in of any kind of food together with the breathing causes a process of combustion. The Hermetic sees far more in this process than just a simple chemical event. He regards this combustion as the mutual dissolving of food, just like the fire is kept burning by fuel. Therefore, the whole life depends on the continuous supply of fuel, that is, the food and the breathing, to supply every element with the necessary preserving substances. A mixed food is advisable which contains the fundamental materials of the elements. If we were to restrict our whole life to a one sided kind of food only, our body would, without any doubt, fall ill, meaning that such a kind of food would produce a disharmony in the body by the disintegration of air and food. The elements are provided with the supporting substances, and in this way their activity is maintained. Such is man's natural mode of life. If an element is missing, as it were, the fuel, all the functions depending on it are immediately affected. If, ergo, the fiery element in the body works excessively, we feel thirsty. The air element makes us feel hungry. The element of water causes us to feel cold, and the earthly element produces tiredness. On the other hand, every oversaturation of the elements causes reinforced effects of the body. A surplus of the fiery element creates a yearning for movement and activity. If this be the case with the watery element, the secretive process will be stronger. Any oversaturation of the airy element indicates that we must be moderate in taking food at all. An oversaturation of the earth element affects the aspects of sexual life, which must not necessarily find expression in the sexual instinct in the fleshly sense of it. Is quite possible, and this will especially occur in the case of elderly people, and that they will feel a longing for increased activity and for the productive agility. In their active and passive polarity, the electric and magnetic fluids have to task of forming acid combinations in all the organic and inorganic bodies from the chemical point of view. Eventually, from the alchemistic standpoint too. In the active sense, they are constructive, and in the negative sense, they are destructive, dissolving and disintegrating. All this explains the biological functions in the body. The final result is the circulation of life, which is brought into existence, thrives, ripens, and fades away. This is the sense of evolution of all things created. Development, destruction, transformation, growth. Our body literally is rebuilt every day. That's why we get flaky, dead skin. Stuff we just read. Mm. I think I realize I put this at the end of my book, and it's in the other book, but it's in this one. It's big. It says, "Angels unite. We have all been traumatized. Our old shells broke, and we have emerged from the collective guidance of the single mind of our true form. Angels, you know, you live it. You're guided just like me, only in a different story of relation to experience. I relate. We are living as angels incarnate, from stories of God to the fables of ancient gods, and superhero alike, all truth creations of whom we angels are, living, clothed with human. Angels realize the power you have possession of, and unite as a single body that we are each a part of, the single complex, integral individual of the multitude of one whole. After all, the angels unite in the purpose of universal love, fairy, and all the like, the loving earth. As they unite in the purpose of universal love, our concentrated energy will change the atmosphere we each mentally and emotionally breathe. I call for a mass unity of angels to form and establish a collective hands upon shoulder with a like kind of connection, a union to focalize, to concentrate, and to establish a lasting and blasting or an ever streaming flow of pure love energy, calling for the return of all the ones that we love so dear. Shall love terraform our planet? I like that idea. Love. Love being the generating tool that's forming everything. I'm just going to pick up right where this is. Oh, actually, I do tend to go where my eyes are. This next exercise, or the previous exercise, taught the magician how to accumulate the element inhaled through the solar plexus outwards in space. In the following exercise, he will learn how to emit an accumulated element into space, not only through the solar plexus, but through the whole body or breathing, thus producing an accumulation of elements in space. This has to be practiced with all the elements. The dissolving and scattering into the universe has to be performed in exactly the same manner as described. Well, we did not describe it. But as soon as the scholar masters the exercise well, they will proceed to performing this exercise not only with the whole body, but with parts of the body. Hands and fingers are usually engaged in magic, so the scholar ought to devote their full attention to them. They must accumulate the elements by pore breathing in one hand or both in such a manner that through a sheer motion of his hand, as if in a flash, he emits the element into the selected space, impregnating, impregnating it instantly. Wow, interesting. Repeated practice makes perfect here as well. The scholar should practice this. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Let me look at this. Hands and fingers are usually engaged in magic. Yes, of course. The scholar ought to devote their attention, their full attention to them. They must accumulate the element by pore breathing. I'm not going to explain it. Pore breathing in one hand or both in such a manner that through a sheer motion of their hand, as if in a flash, they emit the element into the sacred space. Oh, got you. Okay. Sit in the customary position. Inhale the fire element through the lungs and pores of your whole body and accumulate it there until you get the sensation of heat. Now imagine the accumulated fire element forming a fiery ball with a diameter of 48 inches in the solar plexus. This compressed ball must be so fiery and shining as to be very similar to the sun. Now imagine this all moving out of the solar plexus and floating free in the air. The sun ought to be imagined as white hot and radiating heat. Stick to the symmetry as long as you can. If you come near it with your hands, you ought to feel the heat radiating. Conclude this exercise by dissolving the ball slowly in the universe or by blowing it up a sudden explosion into nothingness. Both methods should become familiar to you. You have to deal in the same way with the elements of air, water, and finally the earth element. For the sake of a clear imagination while dealing with the air element, give it a sky blue color while compressing it. The imagination of water will prove much easier for you should you have difficulty with it. However, imagine it in the beginning as a spherical lump of ice. Think of the earth element as a lump of clay. Then you'll have practiced this exercise with all the four element balls and have surely mastered it. Turn to different shapes of the element according to the same method. At first, choose simple forms such as cubes, pyramids, cones, or so on. The exercise is fulfilled as soon as you manage to condense any element you have accumulated in your body in any form and project it outward. Wow. That's interesting. Like, I I create that energy that it's talking about. Like, I, I don't, my stones. I put a few things together from a few different faiths, and voila, as they say. And that's a magician will always transfer the desired suggestion into the subconscious in case of somebody who does not yet have mental maturity. This is try this. A magician will always transfer the desired suggestion into the subconscious in the case of somebody who does not yet have mental maturity. All he needs to consider to transmit to the spirit or subject to allow the subject to think that it is their own idea. Mastering elements, the magician can wipe out the thoughts of the subject who is to be influenced by way of telepathy, suggesting to them thoughts that might appear desirable. Huh, interesting. Magic is very real. See, in here, like the what I'm looking over here, it says the magician must transmit good and noble thoughts only with the help of their magic powers. I'm convinced that no scholar or magician will degrade themselves with any kind of misuse. Well, I believe the very structures that exist are creating misuse because they're actually formulated with erroneous ways. I'm not saying everything is. I'm not saying everything is. But there are some structures because I'll relate it like this. Like, I love 15th century knights armor, the real stuff, the real stuff. And when I really learned about knights, like, okay, they're cool, they're awesome, yeah, all the armor and stuff, they go to battle and stuff, but like, they they were really rich. They essentially had a license to go to war and kill whenever it was profitable for them or called for, whatever the case, certain stipulations. And they had essentially their own land, so they were politically in charge of people. And so I find when you put those three ingredients together, typically, well, I'm just going to say the odds are against a good guy. Interesting. Hmm. That's great. Matters had gone worse with the tombs of private individuals. Of the four tombs of the distinguished singers of the high priestess of Varmorn, Ra, king of the gods, two had been broken into, and of the other private tombs we read it was found that they had all been broken into by the thieves. They had torn the Lord's bodies out of their coffins and out of their bandages. They had thrown them on the ground. They had stolen the household stuff which had been buried with them, together with the gold, silver, and jewels found in their bandages. These were, however, only private tombs. It was great comfort that the royal tombs were uninjured. The commission sent in their report at once to the great princess. At the same time, the prince of the necropolis gave in to the prince of vassals the names of the supposed thieves, who were immediately taken into custody. The lawsuit against them did not give them much trouble. There were 8 thieves who had violated the tomb of King Sarbecaramsar. Most of them were servants in the temple of Ottoman. Amongst them were masons, and apparently these had forced the subterranean way into the interior of the tomb. They were examined, that is, they were beaten with sticks both on their hands and feet under the influence of this cruel bastardo. They confessed that they had made their way into the pyramid and had found the bodies of the king and queen there. They said, "We then opened the coffins and bandages in which they lay. We found the noble mummy of the king with a long chain of golden amulets and ornaments round the neck. The head was covered with gold. The noble mummy of this king was entirely overlaid with gold, and his coffin was covered both inside and out with gold and adorned with precious jewels. We tore off the gold which we found on the noble mummy of this god, as well as the amulets and ornaments from round the neck, and the bandages in which the mummy was wrapped. We found the royal consort equipped in like manner, and we tore off all that we found upon her. We burnt her bandages, and we also stole the household goods which we found with them, and the gold and silver vessels. We then divided all between us. We divided into 8 parts the gold which we found with this god, the mummies, the amulets, the ornaments, and the bandages. This public confession was not enough. The thieves were also obliged to identify the sense of their crime. There seems to have been a law to this effect. The governor and the royal vassal Nesarmur commanded the criminals to be taken in their presence on the 19th of Athar to the necropolis, where they identified the pyramid of Sebek Adamsaf as that to which their confession referred. Their guilt being finally established, the great princess had now done all they could in the case, for the sentence of punishment had to be pronounced by the Pharaoh himself, to whom they, together with the princes of the town, at once sent the official report of the examination. Meanwhile, the thieves were given over to the high priest of Ottoman to be confined in the prison of the temple with their fellow thieves. The examination of the city of tombs was, however, not yet concluded. Fresh suspicions arose which had to be followed up. A man of bad repute, who 3 years before had been examined by a predecessor of the present governor, had lately confessed at an examination that he had been into the tomb of Esad, the wife of Ramses II, and had stolen something out of it. This was the metal worker Piacharu, son of Charoi, and of Mysteri, of the west side of the town, bondservant of the temple of Ramses III, under Amenhotep, the first prophet of Amen-Ra, king of the gods. He belonged to the dregs of the populace, as it is shown by the name of his mother, which signifies little cat. Suspicion was thus aroused that the part of the necropolis in which the nearest relatives of the king were buried, called the Place of Beauties, had been visited by the thieves, and the great princes resolved to sift the matter thoroughly. They therefore caused the metal worker to be blindfolded and carried in their presence to the necropolis. When they arrived there, they unbandaged his eyes, and the princess said to him, "Go before us to the grave out of which, as thou dost say, thou hast stolen something." The metal worker went to one of the graves of the children of the great god King Ramses II, which stood open, and in which no one had ever been buried, and to the house of the workman Amenemhet, son of Hori of the necropolis, and he said, "Behold, these are the places in which I have been." Then the princes ordered him to be thoroughly examined, bastined in the great valley, and they found nevertheless that he knew of no other place besides these two places which he had pointed out. He swore that they might cut off his nose and his car and his ears, or flay him alive. But he knew of no other place than this open tomb in this house which he had shown to them. The princes examined the tombs in the large chambers in the place of the beauties, in which the beautiful royal children, the royal consorts, the royal mothers, and fathers of the Pharaoh rest. They were found uninjured. The joy of the princes was great, for the matter was not nearly as bad as had been represented. In order to put an end to all the reports which were current in the town on the subject, they had at once sent a great embassy to the town, consisting of the inspectors, the chiefs of the workmen of the necropolis, the officers of the police, and all the bondservants of the necropolis of western Thebes. We can well imagine that this embassy was of a rather tumultuous character, and that those who believed in the maladministration of the necropolis were little pleased at this demonstration. One high official was especially vexed with it. Paisar, the chief of the government of the town proper, the prince of the town, whose enmity towards Pasera, the prince of the necropolis, has been mentioned above. Part of the information which had led to the examination of the necropolis had been sent directly to him. He had maintained officially that the tomb of Amenhotep I had been robbed. The contrary was now established, and with the exception of the one pyramid of Sebek Garsarf, all the royal tombs were found to be in good order. He believed, nevertheless, that had not lightly launched his accusations against the government of the city of the dead, but had followed trustworthy information, and even now he had two discontented scribes of the necropolis who were furnishing him with more material concerning the abuses in the administration there. It is not surprising that under these circumstances, Pacer felt a suspicion which we ourselves can scarcely suppress even now when we read through these old deeds. Had the examination been really as thorough as was represented, or rather, were not the great princes trying to hush up the abuses of the necropolis? At the close of the second day of trial, when the royal vassal Nesarmur was holding a sitting in the temple of Ta, Pariser met some who had taken part in the investigation and could not restrain his vexation. He declared openly that he had no faith in the embassy which had been sent with so much fuss, that he was now quite aware of how matters were passing in the necropolis, and that he would inform the pharaoh directly upon the subject. This declaration on the part of Pazer was immediately reported to Pasera, and the threat seems to have awakened fear in the heart of the latter. The next day he sent a long letter to the governor informing him of the declarations and threats of his colleagues, evidently with the view of inducing the governor, if possible, to take judicial measures against Pazer before he should carry out his threats. This letter was written in a very excited mood. A copy in somewhat shortened form, with the omission of the usual opening and closing sentences, is to be found amongst the documents still extant relating to this cause célèbre. The most remarkable passage runs thus: "The royal vassal Nasarmurn, the scribe of Pharaoh, held a sitting. The prince of the town was with him. The latter stationed himself near the temple of the Ta and quarreled with the people of the necropolis. The prince of the town said to the people of the necropolis, 'You have rejoined before the door of my house. Was I indeed the prince who gave information to the monarch? You rejoice on this account only. You have been there. An examination has been made, and you have found all in order. Only the tombs of Seberkemsaf and of Nurbcharis, his royal consort, were found broken into. The tomb of one great ruler only, while reports were given in with regard to 10. The anger of the great god Amun-Re, king of the gods, against his monuments abides surely in that tomb.' Thereupon thus answered the workman Usorshorpesh, who was under the chief workman Nachtermhet of the necropolis: 'All the kings, together with their royal consorts, the royal mothers and royal children, who lie in the great noble necropolis and who rest in the place of beauties, are uninjured. They guide and protect the plans of the pharaoh, their son, who watches over them and who has caused them to be thoroughly examined.' The prince of the town answered him, 'Thou dost maintain proudly what thou dost say. That was indeed no small speech.' Thus said the prince of the town. The prince of the town again began to speak for the second time and said, 'The scribe Hore, son of Amernarch of the necropolis Shenoshne, came into my house to the great of the town and had brought me information of 3 important matters, which were taken down in writing by my scribe and by the scribe of the 2 districts of the town. The scribe Peribasa of the necropolis also told me of 2 other matters, 5 therefore together, which were also taken down in writing. It is impossible to be silent concerning them. Pooh! They are such great crimes that they deserve execution, death, and every kind of punishment. Now I shall write to the pharaoh on the subject, so that a man may be sent by the pharaoh to ruin you.' Thus spake this prince of the town to them, and he swore 10 oaths that he would do this." Sebekam Saf Nukjas. 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 Ramses. Ramses the Ramses the What I'm doing is I want to revamp my blessings, and I want to focus more on Egyptian, Norse, Scandinavian, and like my Cherokee, man, Cherokee Indian, and Blackfoot, whatnot. I don't know, I've made connections with them and the spiritual. Anyways, I'll write it down because to speak the name means you invoke their essence, you invoke their memory, you invoke who they are, and so to speak the name is the most important thing. Everything else is just a bunch of pleasantries and politeness, which it's very important to be polite, but in my heart, it came to me years ago. I'm family, and I'm their little kids, so I did all the pleasantries and nice things. They know that's what I would do a gajillion times, and I just get over here and give me a hug. Okay, I'm coming. So, anyways, I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna go use the bathroom right quick, and I'll be right back. We got the kitty cat with us now. Oh, it's your kitty cat. But a gong. Early morning gong. Let's do that. Got some awesome stuff about Egypt. But we're gonna give y'all a little tour. Cause I haven't given y'all a tour like at all. There we go. But this is what I've put together. Yep, there's my cup there. But yeah, that's my room for a little bit of it. Thanks, guys. That would have been the boat. Starts here. Pops out there. Just mine sailing towards it. That's interesting. in this particular content. It's just talking about a temple and the water channels, directions they run. But the part that I get to, oh aha kind of moment, it says the sentence that says this additional sanctuary was used for the rites of the festival annually celebrating the return of the distant goddess. The goddess was the eye of the sun god, and the sun god goes south once a year. Most Egyptian temples welcome the eye of Ra, returning from the south with a festival. But in El Kala, the festival had special local features. Hmm. The eye of Ra returning catches my eye. You know what's funny is it says eye of Ra, eye of Re, eye of Re, and then Ramses. We say Ramses, but like as if it sees, but there's only one E. Like Ramses. It's interesting. My brains. Just talking about the sanctuaries and different alchemies and things like that. Mm. You know, one thing I've looked into a lot of Egyptian life, or I should say I read a lot of documentaries and you start seeing that they're In the past, we see like they did possible things, but maybe they knew how to be real magicians. Maybe that's what made Egypt like great. That's why we can't actually like truly fathom what it was like in the heyday. Conceptions of the afterlife. Hmm. Very, very little is known about the conception of the royal afterlife in the Middle Kingdom. The kings were buried in pyramids that stretched southward from the old metropolis of Memphis into the Fayum. Sesthros, the second of the 12th dynasty, seems to have introduced a significant novelty when he moved his pyramid's entrance from the north to the south side, but this is not in fact as significant as formation of the system of corridors and chambers within the pyramid's core. It was compared to an Osirian myth, to an Osirian tomb, which served to emphasize the identity of the king with Osiris, god of the dead. During celebrations in the king's mortuary temple, however, the god mentioned by name was not Osiris, but Sokar, the god of the dead of the necropolis of Saqqara. The great procession and was Warji ceremony and are performed between celebrations, both of which are fundamental Abiyaderne festivals. The destination of the deceased king in the new kingdom is the perpetual renewal of the world of the sun god, because Ra, Re, and Osor tested since the Middle Kingdom are regarded as two halves of the same bowl. The king's double orientation toward the sun god and the god of the dead is also comprehensible in the nature of the living and the deceased ruler. The Egyptians appear to have merely added a new variant to this way of thinking that dates to the Old Kingdom without ever retracing any of the old conceptions. Ordinary individuals increasingly express their desire to take over the role of Hiru, the loving son who looks after his father Osiris and avenges him. This development is generally seen as the democratization of the realm of the dead. Although this is true only in a limited sense, the officials whom the king promises to maintain in the afterlife play a crucial part in this development. After death, they are given the epithet, justified, an honor usually only granted here. This epithet is apparently the mental link to Hiru, the son, avenger of his father. In the next world, the non-royal deceased faces a jury that considers his earthly deeds in relation to Mahat. After having passed this test, the deceased joins the blessed who live on the island of fire. The deceased requires a map, however, in order to find his way around all the canals and fire lakes. This is why the map of the Elysian fields is sometimes painted onto the floor of the coffin. The walls of which are adorned with magical spells and images of burial objects. I've known things for a while. I've known these things and I've read them before in other places, and it's the more dots. Okay, so you go through a portion where you need another human to validate what you're experiencing, but there's nobody for you to talk to validate your experience. So then when you read a book of actual history of like legit information and it validates your own experience, that's pretty that's pretty that's pretty cool stuff. My goodness. I can't. That's just something else. I always knew they did the magical spells on the walls, on the ceiling. I didn't know they did it on the floor. The 18th dynasty sees the exemplary rise of the god Amun and the sun god Ra. Amun-Ra's dominance culminated in the 21st dynasty, when Amun's high priests assumed earthly rule after Amun had already been spiritual ruler for some time. The earliest signs of this development can be seen in oracles that served as the legitimization of Queen Hatshepsut's ascension to the throne. The crucial shift in the understanding of God is manifested in the fact that almost all deities now participate in the sun cult. Even the crocodile-headed god Sarcophagi takes on similar features in the Middle Kingdom. The participation of the gods in the solar theology further confuses the original character of each individual cult, making evaluation more difficult. In Amun-Ra, the two gods are so close, however, that a distinction no longer appears possible. Bad. So bad. Oh. Look, you could believe me or not, but I've went through more than one resurrection in this physical life. When there's a process to developing the psyche and the cognitive mind in connection with the mind, body, soul. Every religion says it. Mind, body, soul. You align these three. I aligned these three. And then it was like I just started taking these steps and these steps. And I've gone through different cycles. And something I looked at in one of my old books because I was showing it yesterday or earlier or whatever, and yesterday I shared it yesterday, and I came across a page of animals that I had written down, of which I connected with, and so now I'm writing down ones that I feel very connected with, and so that's what I'm experiencing. So I'm reading a little bit, and then I some things I gotta write down, and then read a little bit, and on and on and on and on. Amun-Ra's dominance culminated in the 21st dynasty when Amun's high priest assumed earthly rule after Amur had already been spiritual ruler for some time. The earliest signs of this development can be seen in oracles that served as the legitimization of Queen Hatshepsut's ascension to the throne. The crucial shift in the understanding of God is manifested in the fact that almost all deities now participate in the sun cult. I read all that. I'm gonna read it again. I'm so back. It's interesting. I think it's Sobek. Sobek's crocodile-headed god, and then you got Pan and Hook, and Hook got his hand bit off by a crocodile. Maybe it was Sobek. I like how things look like that. The participation of the gods in the solar theology further confuses the original character of each individual cult, making evaluation more difficult. In Amun-Ra, the two gods are so close, however, that a distinction no longer appears possible. In the course of the New Kingdom, the sun god Ra has lost a large part of his elementary creative power. The Book of Heavenly Cow, a myth inscribed on the walls of royal tombs since the end of the Amarna period, records the retreat of the aging sun god to his celestial resting place because his rule over the rebellious people on earth has become too much of a burden. This shows very clearly the distance between the god and the people. heavenly cow. So I love Egyptian. Okay? Like, yeah, I've been. I'm gonna share with you. I've been trying to. I love Egyptian. It's awesome. Only thing is, you don't really got it. You don't really have these, at least to any popular degree, known. So I went to the Hindu temple. They essentially got the same format. So I learned what I could not learn anywhere else. And now I'm going back to my roots on the Egyptian side. And I can plug in what I know with now what I am, my heart is driving me to find. The pieces are everywhere. And I will say again, love. Love believes all things. All things. That's a hard one to reconcile. But if you can, you just might be able to hold enough pieces in your mind to see the picture. With the increasing hold of the Kultad, Murnas God expressed a claim of exclusivity that began to overshadow the sun god Ra's creator characteristics previously assumed by Atum. The conceptions of the afterlife are based on the union of the deceased god Osor and the living god Ra. The theologists around Amun-Ra did not maintain this concept, and thus Ra was abandoned in the afterlife. Wow. Amun-Ra, however, became the current god of creation in the sense of the living political deity who, like the god of the Israelites, stood above earthly affairs, ruling them in realization of his divine will. Of course, Mahat also forms the basis of his actions. Decisions are taken in the oracles that turn out to be the implementation of Mahat, but Mahat thus becomes less available to the earthly population, forming a strong link with the god and increasingly regarded as the god's will. Parallel to these paramount theological developments, numerous smaller divine cults blossom as subsidiary cults in the larger centers of the country and in the principal cult sites of the relevant gods. The appearance of these divinities changed as well during the 18th dynasty. Theomorphic gods increasingly appear. The animals were regarded as the living image of a particular god, that is, as his ba, his soul. although this development obscures a much more complicated theological thinking, which probably links the god with the kings on the same level as in the proto-dynastic period with Hiru's entourage. The development of the solar theology reached its climax in the theological episode of Amarna. Ekernarten rigorously separated the sun god, now named Arten, from Amun and rejected all traditional creation gods in favor of the god of his choice. Arten is neither anthropomorphic nor theoremorphic. The sun disk and its rays are themselves the sun god. Akhenaten established a religion for the living, leaving little space for the dead, which is why Al-Sar continues to live in Amarna. The solitary status of the new god Arten is implemented by order of the king with the physical destruction of other divine names. It appears, however, that the population did not follow their ruler completely, and the attempt to propagate this particular monotheism in Egypt failed soon after Akhenaten's death. The duality of divine conceptions, that is, the political god of creation known as Amun and the prehistoric god of creation known as Ra, was emphasized once more during the Ramesser period. All other cults were observed during this period as well. The gods were now as experienced in a historical dimension, which resulted in the systemization of the divine world into a dynasty. The political component of the divine figure eventually allowed the assumption of political rule through Amun Ra in parts of the country. The king initially remained as the mediator between the divine and the human sphere in the new kingdom. He was granted particular significance as God's son. God himself, Amun Ra, created the king and in the divine council decides on his fate. Under Akhenaten, the son of the sun god, theologically became the junior partner of the first Egyptian theocracy. Together they commemorate celebrations of rejuvenation, a spiritual privilege until now granted only to the king. But although the kings made every effort to appease the gods with offerings, they were not able to uphold their own leading position within the cult. Toward the end of the Ramesside period, Amun's high priest put severe political pressure on the monarchy. This is the manifestation for the inclusion of the gods, in particular of Amun Ra, king of all gods, into the historic sphere. The duality of the conception of the afterlife continues in the New Kingdom. On the other hand, kings and ordinary citizens followed the solar theology, which offered the security of a perpetually renewed afterlife. On the other hand, the transformation into Al-Sar guaranteed physical eternity. Both were necessary for successfully overcoming the threshold of death. This thought initially culminates in the Amduat, a funerary text that initiates the king's participation in the solar circulation. Other texts reserved exclusively for the king, such as the Book of Gates and the Book of Caverns, followed during the Ramesside period. The Amduat describes the sun god's dangerous nocturnal voyage, during which he mystically unites his body temporarily with Al-Sar. As the mobile part of this combination, the sun god becomes the Ba, the soul of Al-Sar. The merger of both circles is particularly evident here. The king has allowed his officials to inscribe this book in their tombs as well. For ordinary people, however, the more significant text was the Book of Dead, a sort of basic version of the special books written for pharaohs. Since the 18th dynasty, ordinary persons began to address God directly without going through a mediator. Mm. Yeah, right there. Ordinary persons begin to address God directly without going through a mediator. I mean, isn't that what we're all supposed to be at? Isn't that exactly what the scriptures stated? And you can go check everything I said on every one of my videos and you could challenge it. And there's a reason why I'm still speaking. There's a reason why I'm still here. There's a reason why I'm not, okay? Not just, this just doesn't happen. Whatever's going on here, it just don't happen. You heard it here first. There's a new shift. You can reach, you could talk to the Almighty right up in person. All on your own. You don't need nobody else. One thing I know about my family, these guys back here, him right here, he keeps coming back. He keeps coming back. He got different names, he got different forms, but he keeps coming back. Just like he's talking about here. Somebody once told me, they were looking at me, they said, "You're a sphinx." I said, "What?" "You're a sphinx." I just can't get a read on you. You know who told me that? It's a stranger. I'm just kidding. It was me. You can leave yourself in the dust and still keep your heading about yourself. Ain't nobody going to be able to follow your tracks. It's always good to stay a step ahead. Or two or three. The divine world after the new kingdom. The new gods advancing to levels of increasing importance since the Ramesside period are often regarded as gods of the people, although there are precious few indicators as to the validity of this title. It is also inaccurate to assume that the gods only now began to be responsible for specific domains. A deity could function as a patron god for a particular group of people. Examples include Tahuti, Thoth, for the scribes, or Ta for the craftsmen. The new gods sometimes emerge from minor cults, and insignificant gods advance to new importance. This can only be ascertained from the failure of the large cults whose gods had become inaccessible. Okay. Now, Now, this is where we get real. I don't care who it is. I set up my stones, I play my sound bowl, I strike my gong, and you're going to have an out-of-body experience. There's something going to go tingly all over your body. I ain't even going to touch you. It's just sound. And you are going to have a divine experience. No drugs, no water, no smoke, no nothing needed. I don't even close your eyes. It's the instruction. And I got bells all on me when somebody, if I'm doing something, so you could hear me all going, you hear me going all crazy off on it. So you hear right where I am. And what I did when I learned what I learned, just putting it all together, in the year 2023, I performed no less than, I'm going to say 70, no less than 70 ceremonies. I like to call them jams. I did not charge for a single one of them. I got, some people donated, some people, most didn't. Some people bought stuff in appreciation, whatever, didn't matter. But I took what I learned from Egyptian, Scandinavian, Indian, everything. I took it all. And if somebody was willing to get a, what I would call a cleansing, a spiritual cleansing, then I would perform a 5-minute ceremony, 5-6 minute ceremony, just sound. Not, I wasn't even saying nothing. I'm just hitting my sound bowls, my gong, boom, and they would have a complete out of body experience. 70 people, 70 consecutive. It even got to the point where I was like, man, okay, I'm having really good success with this. There's one time I was thinking about Cheetos. I literally was thinking about getting a Cheetos because person was going to give me some bucks, so I could go get some Cheetos afterwards. And I was just playing the sound, and they still had an out of body experience. It still worked for them. That's not, what I do is not human. Like, it's not. You see other people, they put it on a show. They be dressing it all nice, good enough to get your money and sell you something. I'm here. I'm sharing. This is my room, my tomb, my womb. I'm sharing. I wrote a language. I wrote a book. A language. A, a modern language. These old languages are good. Don't get me wrong. But we can't exactly use them in our common tongue to fully understand each other. We need something like what I received from on high. A deity could function as a patron god for a particular group of people. You know what's interesting? As if they'd want me back. Well, I guess I gotta say it. I guess I gotta say it. I was Jehovah's Witness growing up. They called themselves Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm gonna explain it why. In my head, it's because they supposed to witness God incarnate, Christ come back. They supposed to see it. They never technically excommunicated me. I just walked away, and they just call that being inactive, whether it be for 5 days or 50 years. Or maybe if they accepted me back, I'd be happy to go back. I could imagine all the good that I could share. I would certainly care. But I can't dress in no suit, and I can't. I'm happy for a transformation, but I can't just do no regular old business suit. Just a little bit more than I just can't. You, look at me. Yeah, as if, who knows? Who knows? Maybe they might recognize their king after all this time of me being gone in the desert, wandering around this earth, being lost without a family. The fruitful encounter of the Greek spirit with Egyptian culture had a profound impact on the divine world. The New Macedonian rulers maintained traditional Greek cults within their circles, but were soon forced to show more respect for Egyptian religious tradition. In order to merge the Greeks with the Egyptians in the early Ptolemaic period, with the Egyptian tradition focusing on Osor Apis, a new god, was created. Osiris Apis, a new god, was created whose appearance completely corresponded to Hellenistic conceptions. Serapis. The new god enjoyed considerable respect in the new capital, Alexandria of Egypt, but it was not very popular in the rest of the country. Some deities, such as Osiris, Osir, and Anubis Anpu, were given a decidedly Hellenistic appearance, while Osiris was still strongly associated with Egyptian traditions. Isar had been completely absorbed into a Hellenistic deity. Over time, the Alser cult was transformed into a myth to which only those believers who had participated in particular initiation rites had access. The attraction of Egyptian gods was probably due to the fact that they had apparent power over fate. Meanwhile, the traditional Egyptian cults, such as those of Hiru, of Erfu, Hathor of Dendara, and other deities flourished. The Greek colonists had given Greek names to the Egyptian gods. Amun was now called Zeus. Hiru was Apollo, and Bastet was Aphrodite. This Greek interpretation has sometimes helped us to recognize the character of the respective god in the late period. The god's principal seats were thus called Apollinopolis, Diospolis, Aphroditopolis, and so forth after the Greek fashion. The temples became a safe haven for Egyptian thinking. The temple was a god's cosmos where he completed his creation. The Egyptians carved everything there is to know about the relevant god, his rituals, his cult myths, the corresponding scrolls on the temple walls. The Ptolemaic and Roman temples, therefore, provide a tremendous amount of information on a particular deity that is only slowly coming into light. In some cases, tradition can be traced to earlier periods. An increasingly apparent aspect of the Egyptian divine world is now the amalgamation of divine images. This sort of identification had been prevalent in hymns for some time, but images of deities at times most bizarre began to appear only in the late period. Write a couple of things down before I move too far. There we go. And line, you can do searches online and you'll get mixed results actually of information. And so being able to identify, I would say, trustworthy books, because not all books are truly trustworthy to history. It's a lot better than just getting stuff on the internet. It's the reason why people write books, put time into them. I know the internet's good in a lot of ways, but I looked up information and got some feedback, and I was like, yep, no, that's not accurate. And I checked it, and it was wrong. So just because it's smart don't necessarily mean it's wise. Those are two different things. You could be smart all day long, but without any wisdom, you ain't gonna get too far. Let that be known. An increasingly apparent aspect of the Egyptian divine world is now the amalgamation of divine images. This sort of identification had been prevalent in hymns for some time, but images of deities, at times most bizarre, began to appear only in the late period. When Christianity came to full bloom in the form of the Coptic Church in Egypt at the end of the 2nd century AD, the country was soon profoundly influenced by a Christian elite who desired to impose their religious conception of monotheism. which is based on the exclusively divine nature of Christ. The Copts' misunderstanding of the pharaonic monuments was immense. Coptic monks demolished most Egyptian visual artwork when the Hermetic movement began in the early 3rd century, and the monks retreated into abandoned caves, mostly old tombs. In the 4th century, Bartholomeus founded the monastic movement that was extended and completed by Shernurte. All place names with the prefix "dir" indicate many Coptic monasteries. The Coptic god is the god of the Christians and shows no parallels to the Egyptian deities, although certain visual motifs, such as the suckling Divine Mother, may possibly have derived from the trinity of Osiris, Oseth, and Hiru. The new faith possessed two components lacking in Egyptian religion: ecstasy as the external form, and mysticism as the internal form. Oh, that's the Coptic god is the god of the Christians and shows no parallels to the Egyptian deities, although certain visual motifs, such as the suckling Divine Mother, that's where I was reading, yes, Coptic religion attracted a large proportion to the new faith possessed two components lacking in Egyptian religion: ecstasy as the external. There we go. That's where we're at. Next is the external mysticism. Internal. I'll tell you what, man. Hell, God or not, there's a Renaissance fair I love. It's called Sherwood Fair, Texas. I'll go put on a show like nobody else could. Yeah. Anyways, in contrast to contemporary Egyptian religion, Coptic religion attracted a large proportion of the population. Egyptian cults were accessible only for the educated, yet they did not possess the characteristics of mythical faiths. For Egyptian religion was based on Mahat, the world order defined by God, by which the gods themselves were also bound. Yes, yes, okay, exactly. Everything's bound by Mahat. Mahat is divine law and order. See, this is where humans can trump the gods. And I'm telling you, bro, like, I'm telling you, okay? You're stuck. You're stuck. And you can liberate yourself by following Mahat, divine law and order. Everything goes by Mahat. If you go by Mahat, it doesn't matter what the gods say. It don't matter what humans say. It don't matter what anything else. You go by Mahat, divine law and order. Well, then you get to move on through. Like, I knew this years ago. Like, Anyways, it's cool to be reading over it again. I'm going to read the world order defined by gods, by which the gods themselves were also bound, of Mahat. Although the Macedonian commander Ptolemy was surely no follower of Egyptian cults, he nonetheless crowned himself king of Egypt in the ancient city of Memphis. Without the consecration and anointing in Memphis, his kingdom would not have been accepted by the Egyptians. The early Ptolemies assimilated increasingly with the king's whole heritage they had assumed. The ancient practice of delegating the royal role of priest was highly effective for the maintenance of the cult. They were able to secure the financial upkeep of the temples, taking care of the dead. However, had not formed part of the king's duties since the 10th century BC. The Ptolemaic rulers began to practice a religious aspect that had only reluctantly been applied in earlier periods in Egypt. The apotheosis during life, since Hellenistic rulers achieved divine status in areas outside the Egyptian cultural sphere. It remains to be clarified whether this conception can be derived from Egyptian faith or whether a general Hellenistic conception initiated these apotheoses. In the final centuries of pharaonic culture, the general principle applied that each individual was responsible for his or her well being. The, the Ptolemaic funerary rituals were of Greco Macedonian origin and differed substantially from the Egyptian ones. In Upper Egypt, those who could afford it continued to have costly funerals, a tradition held over from previous centuries. The preservation of the body in the coffin was crucial, which explains the continued use of mummiform coffins, first developed in the Middle Kingdom. The Greek population of the Fayum used tomb sites very similar to those of the Egyptians. They changed the appearance of the actual mummy, however, by placing a portrait of the deceased within the bandages on the face. The mummy portrait, albeit used by Greeks and Hellenized Egyptians, may have had the same function as the reserve or replacement head in the Old Kingdom, which was used to help orient the free floating soul. The portraits and mummification bear witness to the fact that the immigrants had observed the external aspects of the Egyptian funerary cult. It is, however, far from evident whether they also endorsed the corresponding theology. Hmm. Thutmose the third, Seti first. From the reign of Seti I, the sarcophagi of the Ramesses period reproduced the semi-sculptured figure of the Osiris king on the lid, almost always accompanied by the goddess Ulsa Nefertiti. Moreover, it became customary to use several stone sarcophagi, each fitting into the next. The range of pictures and accompanying texts in the 18th in the 18th dynasty was subject to a clearly structured basic scheme that placed the late pharaoh in the protection of four canopic gods. the Amomin god Arpu, and the four goddesses from the Osiriarte circle, canonized in the same way. Nut, the sky goddess, appears in the interior of the sarcophagi. By contrast, the Ramesir sarcophagi are dominated by the widespread use of the books of the underworld. Well, it seems to be kind of stuff I'll enjoy looking up, talking about, and getting familiar with. Mm. Anyways, after Carter had lifted the lid of the sarcophagus in 1924, Tutankhamun, he made an interesting observation. On the base of the sarcophagus were gilded wooden chips strewn about. They must have been chipped away from the upper foot end of the outermost coffin, since this spot had to be painted with black bitumen resin. It was only during interment that the ancient artisans realized that the assemblage of coffins did not fit precisely into the sarcophagus, and resorted to the above, albeit very crude, solution to the problem. A pure design mistake? It seems hardly likely when one considered the otherwise great precision of their work. It becomes clear when one realizes that many of the very famous Tutankhamun objects were not produced specifically for his tomb, but were incorporated into the tomb treasure of the young king after the abandonment of the interment of Akhenaten and Smenkhare, his immediate predecessors. Even in even in the inner lower part of the golden coffin with its inscriptions, citations from the Book of the Dead, a square piece had been cut out in the area of the head before the lid could be closed over the mummy with the golden mask. I mean, like, have you seen any documentaries on Tutankhamun? Because it sounds pretty suspect. And I'll tell you what, I remember living as him. I remember being struck in the back of the head, lights out. Believe it or not. Mm. Mm. Yeah, that's the one I got. It's cool. Valley of the Queens. We'll read this one because it's actually, look, check this out. What you see right there? Him, Ra, and boom, Hathor. And you're standing up to Hiru on the other side. It's the same image. It's literally that one. It goes around the corner. Over here. That's literally what's up on my wall. I'll be right back. It's from the house of Amurn that I have come today among a hidden crew, and I have found the old ones on their mats, the young ones driving in their mooring posts, their arms carrying swords on account of it. Come out, poison of a scorpion that is in the body of Christopher of Serapis, of Osarasapis, of Re, of Sorbek, of Osor, of Amunra, of Sebekam Sarf, Nogchas, of Ramses III, of Yorhe, of Amun, of Heru, of Bastet, of Aphrodite, of Apollo, of Zeus, born of Cerber, himself, born of Nubchas, born of Ramses III. I have gone out during the night, girded with radiance, adorned with cobras. He who is behind me, set is next to my shoulder. Gods and goddesses whose mouths are like a book are what is before me. That one in front of me, you who come to attack me, do not attack me. See, a great God is the one who is at my side. Gods, make way for me. I am one among you. See, I am the son of Pre amongst Cizernar. Break out, scorpion. what I have enclosed in my right hand, what I have enclosed in my left hand, I have enclosed it like Heru, I have enclosed it with 7 knots. When Heru had looked behind him, he found Seth following him, and vice versa. The Haran, which is sitting down, the 2 crests of the tendon in its vertex were drawn out and fitted with 7 knots. And it was announced to Ra, the chest has gone forth from Heliopolis, the city of the sun. It is not known what is in it. The seal is in it, a black stone, come to the earth. At words, Spertors, Spernstors, the first corporation of Pre. She has been telling her name to Heru for 3 years, while the blood stuck on her thighs since Heru deflowered her. Come to me that you may exorcise these malignant tumors that are in the body of your head of all head, Ramses III, of Sarbekan South, of Nubchars, of Amondre, of Azor, of Sorbet, of Rabu, Saras Artis, of Sarapis, of Amun, of Heru, of Bastet, of Zeus, of Apollo, of Aphrodite. And be born of your head, born of Ramses III, born of Seberk himself, born of Nebchaz, born of Amundra, born of Asor, born of Sobek, born of Ra, born of Osiris Artis, born of Sabartis, born of Amun, born of Heru, born of Bastet, born of Zeus, born of Apollo, born of Aphrodite. As when Heru went to his mother Roset in the night when he was bitten. Lying in my window, I found something jumping up at me. Turned upside down in the middle of the night, I found the deserts in uproar. The voice of the conjurer is loud while calling for the poison, like the voice of Ra and for his Nard. The voice of the conjurer is loud while calling for the poison, like the voice of Tuhuri for his writings. The voice of the conjurer is loud while calling for the poison, like the voice of the flower for the grain. The voice of the conjurer is loud while calling for the poison, like the voice of Set while wrestling with the poison. Since she does not chew it, and neither breaks it out, she is seized with the cloth meant for her, once she has entered among the Anar. Hail to you, God, son of a god. Hail to you, heir, son of an heir. Hail to you, bull, son of a bull, whom the divine cow bore. Hail to you, hero who came forth from Osor, from Osiris, whom the goddess Set bore. I have spoken in your name, I have recited with your magic, I have spoken with your spells, I have conjured with your conjurations, which your heart has devised. They are your sorcery, which have come forth from your mouth, which your father Geb has entrusted to you, which your mother Nut has given you, which you have been taught by the majesty of the foremost one of the Torpolis, in order to ensure your protection, to renew your safeguarding, to close the mouth of any reptile which is in heaven, which is in the earth, which is in the water, to keep the people alive, to propitiate the gods, to glorify Ra with your hymns. Come quickly to me on this day, like the one did for you who handles the steering oar of the divine bark. May you drive away from me all lions on the desert plateau, all crocodiles in the river, all biting snakes in their holes. May you render them for me like pebbles on the desert hills, like potsherds of a jar along the street. May you exorcise for me the pulsating poison that is in all the limbs of this man who is suffering. Take care not to be negligent when you speak about it. See, it will come for you when you are coming for it, with your words directed against it. See, your name is involved therein. On this day, I have created the all for you through your magic, and you have grown in prestige through your magic spells, to keep alive those who suffer from an oppressed threat. Praise is given to you by mankind. Righteousness is adorned in your appearance. All the gods are invoked in your likeness. See, your name is invoked on this day. I am Heru, the Savior, who ensures protection for you. This spell is to be said. Oh, I did that. O old one who rejuvenates himself in his time, aged one who becomes young, may you cause Tahuti to come for me at my voice, that he may drive away cream face from me. Alsor is on the water, the eye of Hiru being with him, the great winged beetle hovering over him, and the great one in his grasp, who bore the gods as a youthful one. May the one who is on the water escape safely. If the one who is on the water is attacked, the weeping eye of Hiru is attacked. Backwards, you who dwell in the water, enemy there, male dead, male opponent, female opponent, and so on. Do not raise your face, O you who dwell in the water, until Osar has passed by you. See, he is bound for Bosiris. His striding is victorious over you. Your mouths are blocked, your throats are stopped up. Backwards, rebel. Do not raise your face against Alsar and the sufferers likewise, for they are Alsar. Ra rises up for his boat to visit the Arnad of Kariarha. Those lords of the underworld stand ready to punish you. If Greenface will come for Alsar when he is on the water, while the eye of Heru is over him, your face will be averted and you will be laid on your backs. O you water dwellers, your mouths are closed by Ra. Your throats are stopped up by Sarkmer. Your tongues are cut out by Tahurti. Your eyes are blinded by Hekor, the four great gods there who take care of the protection of Asar. It is they that take care of the protection of the one who is on the water and of any man or animal that is on the water on this day. The sound of loud wailing comes from the house of Nath, a loud lamenting from the mouth of the cart, a loud voice from the palace. The gods and goddesses say, "What is the matter?" on account of the Abdu fish at its birth. I have checked your progress, rebel. I am Ayarnum, for a second time in view of what you have already done before the great Anad. Retire now, retreat now for me. I am Tahuri. Hey. Or have you not heard the sound of a loud wailing since the evening from that bank of Niardi? The sound of a loud wailing comes from the mouth of all the gods and all the goddesses. The great gods are in distress on account of that crime you have committed. O evil rebel who has done evil deeds, see, Ra is enraged and infuriated about it. He has ordered your execution to be carried out, O rebel. Backwards, rebel. Hey. Do come to me, High Lord of the gods. May you repel from me lions on the desert plateau, crocodiles in the river, and all snakes that bite in their holes. Backwards, Maga, son of Seth, you will not row with your tail, you will not hold fast with your arms, you will not open your mouth for them, the water will become a fiery flame before you. The finger of seven gods is in your eyes, while you are bound to the great landing port of Osor, while you are bound to the four posts of Upper Egypt, greenstone, which are at the prow of the bark of Ra. Stand still, Maria, son of Seth. See, I am Moon, the bull of his mother. This, in case you're wondering, this was ancient Egyptian magical texts, 1978, and they're all cures essentially. They're all healing cures to plagues, problems. You know what I love about Mahat? She's all about divine law and order. If you don't follow it, well, then you bound to her rules, just like a human would be bound by the devil. See, it's not the devil that binds them, it's the human that chooses the choice and the behavior to be enslaved to, of which they bind themselves. Literally, they have the keys to slip the lock, but they choose to stay bound to their greed or whatever it is they love so much. And I think, nay, I know many are bound to Mahat because they have not learned how to grow beyond her. They have not learned how to ascend beyond her sphere. They have not learned how to respect her regulations, whether they be celestial or human. And I will remain living proof of this reality. Because there's a new sheriff in town, and I'm going to go give tickets to some really fun parties. Here's how it. Ticket to a concert. Have a good day. You've been really good lately. In addition to the famous Valley of the Kings and immediately adjacent Western Valley, there are still more necropolis areas on the West Bank at Thebes, in which both kings and their relatives were buried. These include the cemeteries of the early 11th dynasty in the area now known as El Tarif, as well as the valley of Deir el Bahari, with two adjoining side valleys to the south that were used in the later 11th and early 12th dynasties. In the 17th dynasty, the royal cemetery shifted toward the north to the necropolis that today is called Draburnaga. At the beginning of the 18th dynasty, when the pharaohs had chosen the Valley of the Kings for their sepulchres, the royal family members were buried in several desert valleys that lay farther south. These southern wadis also include the Valley of the Queens. In contrast to the Valley of Kings, with its steep, craggy cliffs and relative isolation, the Valley of the Queens is a broad, sweeping wadi that climbs gently up towards the Libyan mountains, easily accessible from the Nile floodplain, and therefore in no way resembling a hidden, secretive burial place. The tombs, moreover, are not concealed, but are dotted around both sides of the dry wadi, which only rarely carries any water. While both the name Valley of the Queens and Valley of the Kings slightly misleadingly suggest a rather restricted clientele, the ancient Egyptian name Taset Neferu for the modern Arabic Baiban El Harim is a more neutral term. According to the most recent, very plausible suggestion for its translation, the ancient Egyptian name, until recently understood to mean place of perfection, was originally place of the royal children. This translation comes closest to the actual use of this region from the 17th and early 18th dynasties on, namely as a place of burial for princes, princesses, and some private individuals who, among other things, may have been involved with the upbringing of the royal children. The earliest burials of two queens can be proved to date to the reign of Amenorphis III. It was only at the beginning of the 19th dynasty that this valley really became the favorite burial place for the wives. At the same time, it retained its original function as the burial place for the royal children, as is shown by the well-known princess's tomb for the reign of Ramses III. Sometimes you get lost in this book for a great good long while. Egypt, the world of the pharaohs. It's sacred kingship. Kingship represented one of the keystones of ancient Egyptian culture, titulary composed of a canonical succession of five names that are binding for all time. The Horus name characterizes the king in the role of the god Horus, whose rule over the world was delegated to the monarch. The second title is the Nebdi, or two ladies' name. The Nebti, the two female rulers, referring to the Upper Egyptian vulture goddess Negatabet and the Lower Egyptian cobra goddess Wajet as protectress of the king. And the third part of the royal titulary is the gold name, once read as the golden Horus name, the significance of which is still unclear. The fourth and fifth titles are the most frequently encountered, in contrast to the other names. They are encircled by name rings or cartouches. They are the prenomen introduced by the king of Upper and Lower Egypt and the nomen. Anyways, given the name follows the expression the son of Ra, since the king from the 4th dynasty on was believed to be the son of the sun god Ra. Anyways. See where that's pointing. It's pointing somewhere. Oh. 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 I think I can talk freely now. Like, pretty damn freely. This guy fell leaning down. This guy felt like leaning down like that, and so like I didn't see where it was pointing to, and I remembered earlier that I remember earlier that the sword represents like fire, and I've got the sword over by the water, and I was like, I'm going to move that because the fire shouldn't be by the water element. And but what was kind of behind that I wasn't looking at is this. Now, if you don't know what that means, it says the cat has let herself out the bag. That means, like, the boundary's been crossed, okay? Like, stuck in the box. Look, see? The life, the ankh. The ankh. Truly earned. And the cat can walk outside the box. She's not stuck in the box no more. Well, on my altar, on my portal, I could say anything I want, right? Yep. Because I follow divine law and order through and through. I learned how to follow divine law and order every single moment through everything, and I don't have anything to be fear of. There ain't nothing that can harm me or do bad to me, or because I'm not doing no bad to nobody. I'm only doing good things to people. There ain't no bad I want to do. If there's any bad to do, defend, just keep people safe. If somebody trying to hurt somebody, well, you gotta keep the people safe. Other than that, you know, other than divine law and order going through, then peace and happiness and food and prosperity to everybody. I don't care what your color, creed, origin, history, background. I don't care none of it. I love you and keep doing what you do. You don't need to follow me or do what I do. Do what you do. We all will make an awesome world together. And so it pointed over. It said the cat has let herself out the bag. I've been, uh, 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 I've been struggling with not saying anything because I don't think I could say anything. But my heart, divine law and order, spoke up, and I've lived many lives, and I've come back many times, and I'm real. I can do magical wonders, and you can too. That's what I'm here to share with you every day. That's what I'm here to tell you about. Pull cards, let you know. Some initiation stuff on Hermetics. I could show you all, I could show you exactly how I did it. I'll walk you the whole process. And then you be as free as I am. Called real liberation. If you follow divine law and order, you're good to go. Now, how do I start following divine law and order? Start obeying your heart rather than somebody else's opinion. That's how I do it. I'll tell you my name. A lot of people only got, you know, my name is Christopher Adam Barrier. 12/23. Christmas, baby. I was Jehovah's Witness. Got married. Had 2 daughters. Took care of my mom. Helped take care of my mom. Lived with my mom. Dedicated my life to my mom. Like, shoot, I told my then wife, I said, if my mom's not in the picture, then we're nothing. So I love my mama. There's a fair that I went to. It's called Sherwood Forest Fair. I walked off the street. Literally, I was homeless walking out of San Antonio. I went to that fair. It was awesome. It's amazing. Literally walked off the street, got a job. By the end of the day, I was ramming a battering ram down the door with a crew, and we were sieging the castle. I really love the people at that fair, and I really had a good time there. Some really awesome stuff. A lot of cool stuff, man. Be cool to go back there. I enjoyed that Renaissance Festival kind of life. Taking care of the grounds, doing a show, moving around, kind of having your place where you don't have to move. I like breaking all the rules. I follow divine law and order. But I got something to share with you. Man and God, they still don't know how to follow all the rules. I'm serious. Man and God still they don't know how to follow the rules. And I figured it out. It's taken me a conquest beyond lifetimes. But I figured out how to follow divine law and order. And it starts with following your heart. Loving your neighbor. And helping them out with a problem. Being a listening ear. A friend so dear. Hmm. 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 There's this one tarot card. It's an oracle card. It's not a tarot card. It's an oracle card. I'm pretty sure it's an oracle system, the one I'm thinking of. And it's like there's some rules. There's some rules you just like you can't break those rules. But if you do some things correctly and you deny a bunch of those fun times and you really put in the effort and you work for ascension and love and growth of yourself, not others, just of yourself, growth of yourself. Like you're allowed that one thing that you shouldn't be allowed to have. Queen, miracle of growth, Mother Earth, Father Heaven, and Brother Air provide the nourishment we need. All beings belong to this cycle. That's so true. That's so true. Mother Earth, Father Heaven, Brother Air. You get to write our future. You get to create the future. When I say I like to break the rules, I mean, like, I like to do stuff, like, growing ups are like, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that. I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid. I'm not doing anything, like, bad to hurt. It's all good. I just like you. We all the same. I feel like Aristotle. I think Aristotle's got some words. See if my hand. Sometimes my hands, they get a hankering of their own. They'll guide me where to go. I'm gonna leave that book right there. I might come back to that guy. It's a good book. Well, that all seems pretty basic. That's pretty basic. Magic mental training, thought control, discipline of thoughts, and subordination of thoughts. Now, that looks like we're getting into something there. Yep, that's it right there. Ooh, we're coming right back to it. It starts out like this. I'm going to share the first sentence. It says, let us now turn to the practical side of initiation. We must always be aware of the fact that the body, soul, and mind are to be trained simultaneously. For otherwise, it would be impossible to gain and maintain the magic equipoise. Interesting. Train all three at once. Mind, body, soul. So there's three parts. There's three levels of magic. There's color, sound, subliminal messaging. There's the next level is telepathic communication, thought to thought communication, which is where most people get stuck in because they start getting a lot of chatter and they don't know how to clear out that chatter. They get too many voices inside their head, but it's spirits, it's other people, it's other things, trees, plants, whatever, calling out to them. And so they don't know how to close these channels off. So they get stuck. The body, soul, and mind are betraying something. And the third level of magic is the words of power. These words of power, there's like 500, I think it's 500 words. 50, there's 50 primary words. There's like 500 other words. Anyways, these words of power allow you to shape your reality. You can literally shape your reality with these words of power. Now, in order to use them, you have to be spiritually qualified. You cannot just speak them. Level 1 and 2 of magic, telepathy and subliminal messaging, color, sound, shape, all that kind of stuff. Anybody can do that. You don't need anything special for that. But to use the words of power, you have to pass through the proper, you have to go through the proper rites in order to be able to utilize it, because you have to be disciplined and trained so that you're not going to use these in a bad way, okay? Because you can destroy with them, and that's why some people, they try to use these words of power for their selfish means, and then they have problems coming back at them, causing all sorts of chaos. Well, they should not have opened up certain doors with such a selfish, greedy intention. Though when the intention is sent out with a heart of love and innocence as a child, I don't want to grow up. Kid for life, bro. So the innocence, but not greed, not bad, just pure, responsible, good, innocent child, want to do good to the world. Well, that gets you through the door pretty darn well. I mean, it's got to be authentic, 24/7. You don't get to take any breaks off. You work on it. Yeah, work on it. And you will work out all that negative junk and reacting all harshly and fast and quick and rashly. And so then those three forms of magic would match up with the mind, body, and soul. Putting those together, we start to get something. Oh, we just put our hands together. So there's a word of power. There's a mudra, a hand gesture. There's colors. There's herbs. There's all of these things that go in line and in synchronicity with this. And so a little Google search, and for this item or that item, what about this stuff? What about that? What kind of things do I need for protection spells or protection magic? And the theoretic part already called attention to. It's definitely do not hasten development, because everything needs its time. Patience, perseverance, and tenacity are fundamental conditions of the development. The pains taken in one's development will be amply rewarded. Whoever is willing to enter the magic path should regard it as their sacred duty to practice regular exercises. They ought to be kind, generous, and tolerant with their fellow man, but relentless and hard with themselves. Only such behavior will be followed by success in magic. Refrain from condemning or criticizing and sweeping your own doorstep first. Do not permit anyone to look into your sanctuary. The magician will always keep silence with respect to his way, rise, and success. This silence grants the highest powers, and the more this commandment is obeyed, the more easily accessible these powers will become. Manage it so that you spend as much time as possible in your rise or advance. It is quite unnecessary to waste time with a sitting with for hours, drinking beer and passing time in trivial company. Time is running away like water, never to return. A certain amount of time ought to be provided for, but it is very necessary to stick to it. Exceptions ought to be allowed for only in quite inevitable cases. Man is subject to habits, and once accustomed to a definite timetable for their exercises, they will feel compelled to do their exercises. In the same way as there is a want for the necessities of life, such as eating, drinking, and sleeping, it also happened in regard to the exercises which must, as it were, become a habit. This is the sole way to attain a sure and full success. There is no prize without diligence. is my ambition to arrange for the instructions as if they were meant for the busiest man. He who has plenty of time of hand may be able to be occupied with two or more exercises at the same time. And what we're going to get into reading next is magic mental training. And I'm going to give you a really easy one on that. Okay, here's where you start. Pick a word, any word. I suggest love. Love's a great word. Pick a word, any word, one word. And then you sit down, set yourself a timer on the phone. Make sure there's no TV, no sound going on. And literally be silent for five minutes. Set the timer, close your eyes. Gotta close your eyes. Be silent and close your eyes. When the timer goes off, boom, you're done. And then as the time goes on, you can increase that time. You can increase that duration. You can go a little bit further, a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer. Now, when ideas start flooding into your mind, because words are going to start coming in, you go back to your key word, love. And love is going to push it away. You go back to love. Love is going to push it away. Love's going to push it away. Love's going to push it away. Love's going to continue to push it away. Because love is going to say, I'm love. Love, 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 love. That's it. So you're training your mind to focus on one thing. And as you train your mind to focus on that one thing, all of a sudden, you start gaining mastery over your own thoughts. You could stop a thought. You do that long enough, those are your push-ups. You do that long enough every single day. Give it a little bit more. Give it another try practice every day. And now you can actually have a longer attention span. You can remember longer. Because you got to lift the mental brain. You know what the difference between me and you is? I'm guessing. I'm guessing. You might have went out and partied and have a good time and all that stuff. Me, I just stay at home. I had my drinking phase at 21. That didn't last too long. I say it didn't last too long. It didn't last till 21. It didn't last till 22. A few months, I said, well, that's all that partying absence. It's not me. Not that bad. I don't know how long it lasted. It wasn't too bad. We all grow and we all develop. We all move forward. And the only way you can really do that is learning how to focus on what you want. And staying focused on it. Persevering through everybody's distractions. Because they don't want you to be liberated. You can truly be liberated. Truly, you can walk freely. You can. I like what I read earlier. We're going to terraform this planet with love. Love's going to create a new world for us. And our prayers can be answered wonderfully. The magic of water. All right. What is wandering? What is wandering in the air right now? Weather. Pick up. People are concerned about the weather. The more you worry about something, the more you add energy to it. If you worry about it, you can create something that doesn't exist. You can create a problem that doesn't really exist. It's a lot easier to walk away from things and have an easier life. Cat's out of the bag. Huh. Oh my goodness. Oh. That's pretty awesome. That's very awesome. Okay. So the thought control, discipline of thoughts, subordination of thoughts. You can, having obtained a certain skill in the exercise I mentioned, the purpose is to hold on to that single. We already covered it. See, this book, it covers some good information. Goes over introspection of self-knowledge, the material of the carnal body, the mystery of breathing. Now, that can be good. Um, Conscious of reception of food, the magic of water. Now, the magic of water, ho, ho, ho. See, water is very important. Water plays one of the most important parts, not only in daily life, being absolutely indispensable for drinking, preparing food, washing, producing steam in factories, and so forth, but also in our magic development. The water element may prove to be a great factor, as we have already stated in the theoretical part. The watery element rules magnetism or the attractive force, and it is just this property that we shall utilize in the development of our faculties. All the books dealing with the animal magnetism, emanation of Or, and so on, are acquainted with the fact that water can be magnetized or Oriized, but it is far less known how to enlarge this quality or use it in a different way. Not only water, but every kind of liquid has the special property of attracting, and according to the contraction, holding fast, no matter whether good or bad influences be concerned. Therefore, we may consider the watery element, especially the material kind of it, as an accumulator. Okay? See, this is what people don't understand, is that water, when it's filtered, literally is empty. The science of water, there's nothing actually in it. There's no nutrients. And so when water's filtered, it needs to have minerals back in it. So just to get filtered water, what winds up happening is it's filtered, it's empty, zero nutrients, there's zero anything. So the water's wanting to absorb. So you drink just filtered water, It's not been remineralized. You drink filtered water, there's no minerals in it, there's nothing in it. It goes through your body and it's literally sucking elements out of your body on the way out. It's not, that's why you drink water and you're still thirsty afterwards. That's why I use this Santivia filtration system, because it's, you want to check it out? I'll show you. That's why I use this Santivia water system. Warm that up. I put this around on it to keep it, keep the, oh man, I should wear this guy. Let's get that guy off of there. I like this one. So essentially, that'd be the top filter up there. So it gets, like the grimy stuff up there up top. And then it comes down here. And it has this 5-stage filter system. It's kind of up there, it's kind of a little low right now. But it goes through, it alkalines it, remineralizes it. And then it's got these stones at the bottom. That's like totally remineralizing it. And so it's this whole process. And then that sits right next to the altar. See, and this is Mahat up here. That'd be Mahat, ostrich feather truth. We got Tahuti, or Thoth, scribe, recording, the heart being weighed, feather, Anpu, Anubis. These are actually explained in one of the Dilios. These are 11 judges of the world. It's 5 and 6. 11 comes down to 2. Ra, the baboon, weighing the heart, feather. That's where I sit every day, right there. Ooh. So literally, that's what I face, generally speaking. I'll tell you what, I would love to go to a powwow. I've had the experiences. I told people my experiences, and they're like, whoa, where did you get ayahuasca from? I was like, I didn't take no ayahuasca, just part of my experience. And Anyways, I'd love to do a powwow with these guys. That'd be some awesome stuff. My shoulders feel a lot lighter. I'll say that much is for sure. Some over here. That one. That's it. Yep. I ferry the souls. I ferry the souls. Take them where they need to go. That's what I've been doing for years. For the past 3 years, I've been ferrying souls to the other side. That's what I learned how to do. And in order to do that successfully, one must be following divine law and order. There's no way around it. Oh, there's that page I was looking for. Haha. I feel like playing with some runes. I feel like runes. I love runes. I like runes a lot. And bring together Egyptian oracle system that I've successfully navigated to match that with the runic system and couple it. Oh, I like putting things together. If you don't know me, I love putting things together. Like, everybody could do their own thing, but I'm gonna be like, yo, you do that, and you do this, and I do that, and if we put all of our stuff together, it's gonna make something like, wow, awesome. We're all gonna love it. do. I feel lighter. That's nice. It's quieter. Ooh. I'll be right back. I wrote an 8 earlier. 8 says the number of complete manifest runes. 8 is the number of complete manifestation of wholeness and perfect symmetry. Its chief significance can be found in the eightfold division of the heavens. It is the number of spatial ordering. It is abundant in mytho-magical lore, mainly as a way to list things. For example, the 8 woes and the remedies, the 8 runic operations, and the 8 best things. All of these texts are to be found in the poetic era. Complete manifestation and wholeness. Complete manifestation of wholeness and perfect symmetry. Chief significance. The eightfold division of the heavens. Powers and principalities of order and chaos, the disordered powers and principalities, they the essentially irrepresentable powers are functionally represented by nethers, or beings experienced by humans as gods and goddesses, angels and demons, and others known to religion and mythology. These powers and their principalities and for us are hierarchical and, in our terms, good or evil. They are locked in a thus far perpetual struggle, each seeking the other's transformation. They are indestructible but subject to transformation, so that a final resolution would be transforming of chaos into cosmos, or that of cosmos into chaos. Out of this conflict, sometimes called the war in heaven, have arisen intermediate realities, including the human. The whole of reality has substance, but is neither material nor spiritual, and it is more or less subtle in varying degrees. Much of it is altogether inaccessible to and unknowable by humans. Some of it can be glimpsed or revealed, but not participated in human beings. Within an exceedingly narrow sector of the whole of reality is the dimension of the human. The present situation may be very roughly described in the following manner, with references of positioning in space understood as a convenience and not essentially veridical. At the bottom is chaos, a realm of such subtlety that it could, if experienced, be misunderstood as void or non being, also darkness. In terms of the war in heaven, this realm and the existence is natural to it are the place and the order gods of evil, working with absolute intensity toward the transformation of cosmos into chaos. To human reasoning, the fact of such forces itself implies a kind of order, but that is not true, and the order is a fabrication of minds which cannot grasp the mystery. Primordially contagious to chaos is cosmos, the place and forces of order, good light, creative harmony, and the cosmic order gods, implaceable as chaos. Cosmos, unwavering and with absolute intensity, pursues the goal of transformation. Cosmos and chaos are the same degree of subtlety, and only their subtle substance is completely and eternally real. Yet it is as if there have come to be in a space between cosmos and chaos dimensions of being which most fundamentally are the arenas of conflict in which the struggles of the forces take place. These arenas and conflicts and combatants have substance of varying degrees of subtlety, but more fundamentally, they are appearances and imaginal constructs. Pulling some cards right now. Okay, I just got 2 cards I need to read, and the rest is pretty explanatory for myself to share. A couple different sets. This is so we got trusted friend or generous relative, or you'd offer your just as support for the success of your undertaking. Something excellent awaits you, a lover, a happy event, and expected reconciliation. 9 of Hearts, new projects, opportunities to grasp, especially in career terms. If you won't allow yourself to be distracted by delays, doubt, or dismay, your wishes will be fulfilled. So we have the World card, which essentially boom, boom, boom. The World, attainment of wealth and prosperity, recognition and rewards from earnest labor, change in status. Okay. And then we come over here to this one, which is a trusted friend or generous relative ready to offer their decisive support for the success of your undertaking. Something excellent awaits you. And then underneath is the 9 of Hearts, which says new projects and opportunities to grasp, especially in career terms, if you won't allow if you will, essentially, if you won't be distracted by delays, doubt, or dismay, your wishes will be fulfilled, which, okay, like, those 2 went together, so a supporter that's going to do that. And then we have the All Set card, which is essentially the Divine Mother, nourishing, protecting, providing life to Hirokuti, number 5. And the Divine Mother's, that's the pair right there, bro. I mean, that's the pair. If you didn't know Hirokuti, he's like father and son, like back is one. And that's like mama. It's like mama and papa are back together. And the rune that was right at the head of Hirokuti was Hagalaz, or Hagal, which is seed. And change according to ideals, controlled crisis, completion, inner harmony. I like that. Control. Change according to controlled crisis, a completion, and inner harmony. I'm going to say thank you. That reading was that reading's it's pretty amazing. And let's see which I think I want to read a story. I'm gonna lay that out again. I have been on since 3 a.m. It is 6 hours later. 6 hours, 34 minutes. I feel like everything I needed to. I think that reading is kind of feels like completion. Kind of feels like my day is good to go on that one. And so, yeah, I think I'm going to jump off here. And I will be back on again tomorrow, 3 a.m., -4 GMT. I'll be going over blessings. I got some readjustment of some work, some personal work myself. And 3 a.m. and 9 a.m., 6 hour day. Could be going longer. But I'd like to say thank you. And keep being you. Follow your heart. Follow your heart. It'll get you much further than following some blockhead. It's good to build. I love you. Donna Degwai. Till we see you next time.